Ako ba yan? Meron akong live bago lang. Pero may nakikita ka. Naka-diagonal. Naka-vertical. Galing ah. Nice. Kasi hindi pala kita sa baba. Wala pa naisip ko na maganda ilagay. Hi mga bobo, free farm sa baba. Eh, walang trash talk. Enjoy the lane mga bobo. Iyak. Iyakin ah. Yan, tank for me. Thank you, thank you. Come here, tank for me. Good job, good dog. Go take CS, I need XP only. Yes, I need XP. DY. Wait, let me regen. Let's go again. Come, TP bot. I'll farm bot. Come, doggy. Come here, doggy. Kaya na tayo, dali.
Yes, sir.
Pwede.
Pero mas gusto ko yung egg bilang scramble. Parang yung ano, yung may mayonnaise.
Ang egg sandwich.
Kain tayo. Dali, unti lang yung free time ko.
Unti lang free time ko. Nakakita na ulit ako.
Gusto mo ilaw?
Hindi nakakancel. Tokyo ko. O, Tokyo ko. Kain tayo agad. Kala ko pa naman ready na. Di pa ba ready?
Wow. Ang sarap. Tignan. Oh my God. Suka.
Kaya na. Favorite na rin na suka. Hiramin ko yung favorite mo, ha? Damot ka ba? Hiramin ko yung favorite ni Joyce. Up. Sabi ako itong recipe na to.
Mushroom. Yeah.
Sado.
Fried mushroom.
Siguro yung price natin pag nilagyan mo na ng ganitong breading, makalasa ng KFC. Malasa niya yung KFC ngayon, masarap eh. Sarap. I like it.
Ito wala. O yung konti.
Pag nakasuka. Wala lang, pero ako nakasuka. Ako nakasulasa natin.
Less kami.
Wow.
Suka na. Wala na yung kinggil.
Yun lang aking feedback.
The rest masarap.
Kanin pa.
Order ka kami.
Mundo yung napapakain mo sa dado ng gulay.
Kaso friend yan.
Gulay pa rin. Basta fry natin bacon.
Kaya pa. Hina. Hina.
Kaya ano. Gulay.
Ano ang kanin?
Sige ako.
Yung
Sobra ha?
hindi naman may tinabi.
Sobra naman ito.
Yung tinabi ko, nasa tabi talaga yan.
Tatabi na.
Thank you. Sarap-sarap man. Sarap-sarap. Sarap magtsatsa.
Cha-cha. It's a monkey. Wow. Paper yan. Paper.
Sumalo. Huwag mo nga.
Hindi naman eh, yung mga ano. Pero mga hirap, talaga yun naman. Nakaba ulit.
Bakit ba? Tulugin ko lahat yan.
Kasi ang kakampitin mo, hindi nakakatulog.
Yan yung
tapos guntingin mo sa gitna. Isa lang pala, guntingin mo sa gitna. Ah,
Usap ka.
Suk. Namatay ang aking electric fan. Kawawa naman ako. What the fuck? school? Nari ka pa, nagtatagal ka. Ganda mo. Halika. Yakap. Yakap ako.
Hindi ako dahil parang no.
Mag-report ka ba? Parang ganyan ang shorts.
Alam niyo ako.
Yung pants.
Nag-aalit siya sa TV.
Sige na yun, dito ka ta. Sorry na, pants lang. Pants. Tagal ka ba? Balik ka na lang kita.
Baka matagal ako.
Balik ka na lang. Kaawa na yung baby ko, talagang tinatiring. Yan na ganda mag-commute. Ako na lang mag-aatid sa'yo para wala kang makahit na malalaki.
Hindi tayo nakawa. Daddy, okay na itong jacket ko kasi
Maganda
trend
ka.
ako.
Maganda. Para kang daddy girl. Ano kasi Alex?
Suot to ng mga
Aesthetic girls. Grunge.
mga
Mga Tumblr girls. Ano tawag?
mga late.
Ano?
Mga late.
Ano mga di?
Suot na mga late.
Sugsug na maswain. Uy, kawawa daw siya.
Wala rin kayo rin nagpo-COVID.
Kawawa ka sa Nashi.
Hindi naman.
Ano yan? Hindi na siya kawawa at busy na siya. Malimas ba siya? Malimas pala siya. Ulam daw yan.
Hindi naman wala.
Ulam.
Yung masarap na yung wet food.
Sarap. Tara.
So, fly.
Ay, sorry. Sipa ko.
Ayun na, kawawa. Jacket ka ba? Dahil kainit-init.
Jacket mo.
Ito nga, daddy, oh. Sa panglo.
Ha?
Sa panglo.
Saan?
Sa dulo.
Sa?
Daddy, dulo jacket. Sa dulo. Ayun. Daddy, jacket.
Pero na-late ka na.
Jacket ba yun?
Late ka na, di ba? Tagal ba yan? Isang oras? Ano, cancel na yung klase? Ito na? Kamo, late ka na. Ba't di ka nagmamadali? Kamo, late ka na. Butol ka.
Ano nga dito sa puso?
Bakit? Ayaw mo bruma ka na lang?
Ano naman yung ating
Saan mo nahanap yung terno na yan?
Terno to. Ito terno.
Aesthetic din yung shoes mo ah.
Aesthetic, no?
Ganda mo ah. Aesthetic girl ka ah.
Aesthetic lang. Hindi naman nasusunod. Ano?
Girl crush ka ba? Tomboy?
Aesthetic.
Aesthetic, sarap.
Mama.
May supply. Happy naman.
Ha?
Happy more.
Oh.
Ano na?
Oh. Ano?
Nakaawa ka na.
Okay.
Do ex-players turn to podcasts because TV punditry feels fake?
God, I felt like I was maybe one of the first, like to do a podcast. I only did a podcast because I had a book to promote, bizarrely, and someone said I'll do a podcast, and then I genuinely thought no one would listen to it, and then we had a laugh doing it, and I probably said a hell of a lot more than I probably should, and then I realised people were actually listening. You know, it was one of those where we weren't planning on having a huge following, and then it kind of arrived. And then I don't know, it was a bit more of the fact that I was being open and honest in a world of football where you're told to be guarded and secretive. You know, it's very much like don't say the wrong thing, and I think the fact that we were open and honest gave it a platform, and people wanted to listen to it. The punditry stuff, yeah, I think it's a little bit more still in that world of stay guarded, don't say the wrong thing. Whereas podcasts, as I'm sure you know yourself, you can definitely be yourself a little bit more and show your personality, and I think that's obviously the benefit of them.
What is it about the world of football that encourages the players to be so guarded? Because you're right, I have an understanding of the psychology of the motivation of players from other sports, of rock stars, and football players seem to be very sort of dead outside of the permitted interview at the end of the match, which is 30 seconds long. There's not much going on. What is that prescribed? Top down? Is that something that's cultural, bottom up? What's going on?
I do think it's changing in a lot of ways, because I think certainly when I was playing, it was very much go into an interview, do a press conference, but don't say anything. I think that bizarrely was our mentality, was I want to come out of this interview having got through it and not said anything too controversial,
Inflammatory.
anything to wind anyone up. If we've got a derby game on a weekend, I don't want to get their supporters riled up by saying something negative about the other team. I want to go in there and say the plainest answers I could possibly say.
Well, there is a reputation among footballers for giving slightly bland answers. Yeah.
Exactly right, and I think there's an element of that. Oh, I totally understand, because quite often I think in a world now where players have social media, players can have their own voice, players can get things across, there's certainly a definite shift in it. I think certainly when I was playing and before me, the kind of newspapers ran the media really, and I think something that you say in a newspaper in a headline, as I'm pretty sure you would know being on a podcast yourself, is someone takes something you say out of context and puts that in a headline. You know, that can look very different to what you're trying to get across. And I think if you're certainly in Britain at that time, most people formed opinions through newspapers. And I think if I'm saying, you know, saying something tongue-in-cheek about a player on the opposition side, we all know it's a joke, everyone in the room knows it's a joke, but if you put that in a headline and make it look like it's not a joke, people can get offended and people's opinion of you will be warped. And I think certainly that was the whole probably reason behind the fact that we don't want to say anything and we're boring. And if most players used to give very boring interviews, I happen to think it is changing a lot now. I think certainly through the world of social media, we can see a lot more of players' personalities, podcasts like this. People do want to come on, and you can kind of, you're not just a footballer, you know, who does a boring interview at the end of the game. You can be a little bit more than that now.
Well, I think about UFC fighters who maybe more of what they do is outside of the sport, right? Almost all of what they do, boxers too, it is all about the press conference. It's all about the podcast. You know, look at someone like Ariel Helwani, who will have each different fighter from a card that's coming up on UFC or, you know, BKFC or whatever, and that is what they do. And I don't know, are we seeing footballers change because they can now counter the narrative in the mainstream press? They can always just put up an Instagram story, or they can address these things directly. Is it your opinion that because you had no direct access to be able to put something out to the fans or to the world, other than again through the same newspaper that just said something mean and out of context about you previously, that it meant everyone was a lot more scared about getting stuff wrong?
Everyone was petrified, genuinely petrified. Like, and you think about it, like quite often in football, you know, it's working class background. You know, lads are coming from tough environments. You know, maybe not the most educated, and that's genuinely the case. And I think you then put into a press conference with what I would say at the time, you know, very kind of well-educated people trying to make you trip up on your words or say things that you don't want to say. And I think, of course, that young lad, 18, 19 years of age, is going to be pretty guarded, you know, in an environment like that. And I think that is, you know, certainly has been the case. I think with regards to boxing, UFC, like you said there, it has become a show more than I mean, quite often the boxing takes kind of a back seat to its whole, you know, performance.
Everything is
beforehand.
WWE.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, we're all trying to kind of sell subscriptions and sell tickets, and I totally understand it. You know, you want to the biggest spectacle you can, and you know, there's people behind the scenes that want to make a hell of a lot of money from it, and they are. But yeah, I mean, quite often I think it's almost pulling the wool over the eyes of the fans in some degree to say, you know, two people that look like they really hate each other probably don't.
They're just selling the fact. I'm, as you're speaking there, I'm wondering whether most team sports tend to not be like that. And I think that that's the case. I don't think as many basketball players. Steph Curry isn't giving tons of interviews talking shit about other people. Baseball, not the same. Cricket, I guess, but I suppose cricket is quite placid by nature, and the sport is a little bit more gentlemanly. So, like, the shit talk would be of a different kind if you were to do that. But when I think about tennis, fucking Novak Djokovic was just on Jay Shetty's show. So I'm wondering whether there's maybe something different about you're part of a team, and whoa, Peter, what did you just say? There's 10 other guys on the pitch that are at the mercy of that shit thing that you just said yesterday. Like,
Yeah.
everyone's given a stick. So you're responsible for the blast radius of the bullshit around you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and also I think, you know, with a team sport like that, there's an element of, you know, still being at school. You know, like you want to fit in. You know, if you're in a single sport, if you're a boxer or a golfer, you know, you can't say what you like. It's on you, right? And I think, you know, I always remember it's kind of Jamie Carragher who really drilled it into me when I was at Liverpool. You know, going to the press conference, don't say anything to kind of wind up the opposition or give them an opportunity. You know, the Man United Liverpool game, for instance, was such a huge game. The Liverpool-Everton game, or any Champions League semi-final, like anything you said in that press conference, it was almost, I remember him kind of almost coaching you through it. It'd be like, don't say this, don't say that, don't wind them up in this way. And I'm going in there thinking of all the things that Jamie told me to say in the press conference, because he was more experienced than me at the time, and he's just trying to help me out in the fact that you don't want something blazoned all over the newspaper, all over Sky Sports News. You don't want to say the wrong thing, and I think that was why quite often footballers give very mundane interviews.
That's a great get out of jail free card if somebody purposefully actually just gives one because I didn't have anything to say that day. I was being tactical.
Yeah, there you go. And also
there's
there's some boring footballers out there as well.
that might contribute too. So I think, I said before, I think there's archetypes of psychology in some sports, you know, sort of golfers being very precise, maybe a little bit autistic, baseball players being sort of superstitious and maybe a little bit obsessive. What is the psychological archetype, the common psychological archetype of top flight footballers in your experience?
Yeah, I think like I got to a top level, right? I got to, you know, Premier League. I played for my country. I played in the Champions League, and you know, I've won a small amount. But I'm very proud of the career I had. But I still class myself as, I got to a top level, but I would not class myself as elite. Because I saw the elite, and that was a different mentality to what I had. I enjoyed myself. I won games and I enjoyed it, you know. Whereas, you know, we'd win something, or I'd get to a final and I'd sit back afterwards and go, that was fucking amazing, loved it. Whereas the players, I'm talking certainly the players I played with for England, Gerrard, Lampard, Rooney, John Terry, that kind of player. Who was multiple winners, you know, Rio Ferdinand. They just did not look like they enjoyed it ever, and it was always the next thing. It was like, you know, we've won that game, but we could have done that, or you know, we've won that, but tomorrow we're training again, and not just that, it rubs off on everyone else around you. And if you look at certainly the team in 2005 that won the Champions League with Liverpool in Istanbul. Not the greatest team to ever win a Champions League, let's be perfectly honest, but you know, that mentality that Gerrard had, I thought, and Jamie Carragher certainly at that time kind of dragged that team to success, and I think that rubs off on other people, and that is the mentality that I would say is the best of the best. Is I think there's probably regrets in there, and there's a little bit of pain, because they probably look back, some of those players now, and think, I wish I'd just enjoyed that, you know.
But they'll look at you with a sense of envy and think, God, Peter just had so much fun.
Yeah.
You know, he looks back with fond playfulness, and I have this sort of weird reverse stoicism where I didn't let myself feel the wins, but I did let myself feel the failures.
Yeah, and I don't know what's right or wrong there. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, if I had that kind of mentality, and I wasn't unprofessional. You know what I mean? I was, obviously, the minute I walked through the training ground, I'm switched on. But I did sit back and go like, or what, you know, I'd watch Match of the Day and go, Carl was great there. You know, I did really well there. Yeah. Whereas they would always look at the negatives and try and improve. And of course I tried to improve as well, but I did enjoy the fact that we were having success.
In your experience, did those people just have that for football? Or did that bleed into the rest of their life? And then to compare that to you two, is that something that you find relatively easy with the other stuff, with playing with the kids, with doing the podcast, with starting a business, with enjoying your time on holiday and work and all the rest of it. My point being, I wonder how much of that is you are an elite performer within this pursuit, and this is the mindset that's made you so, and you are a obsessive, typically negatively focused person, which means that you pay a lot of attention to where things are going wrong and you improve, but that's just you, and that is global, that's across your entire life. Is that how you, like, these people are like that in and on the pitch and off the pitch in both camps?
I would say so, yeah. And in all honesty, I'm probably doing myself a little bit of a service of the fact that I am like that as well. Like, you know, I think when you get to that level of sport and winning matters, right, it really matters. Then I do think you take that into every aspect of your life, and I think that's a good thing. Like, you know, I don't let my kids win anything really, and you know, my wife's saying, you know, just let her win, and you're like, no, like, and I'll come back and say, yeah, like I destroyed her. She's like 14, you know. I'm like, play tennis, and I want to win. I want to beat her.
You do know that one day.
Yeah, but that I think, because my dad was like it with me, he would not let me win at anything. And then when I got to the point where I did beat him, it meant so much more, because I think my little girl's really good at tennis, and I obviously she's getting to the point where it's, you know, she's good. But obviously, the moment she does beat me is the moment she's gonna feel so good. And I think it's all that pain that she's gone through before is gonna be worth it. And I genuinely,
that's going to be her Champions League.
That. Yeah, I believe that. My dad did it to me. I was playing tennis, and we used to have these battles. And my mum used to come down, and I mean, she'd come down for 5 minutes. We'd both tell her in no uncertain terms to leave. It was so aggressive. People used to come down to the park to watch me and my dad's games, and they were it was intense. And it got to a stage where I was just about to beat him, and he pulled a hamstring, and I got home. I said, Dad, I was over the other side of the court, and I said, Dad, don't you dare. And he said, I can't help it, it's gone. Anyway, we get back, and he's carried on this thing for ages, and then I've got back and I've sat down. And then he's just gone, you still never beat me, have you? And I was like, oh, you know, and we never played again. Never played again.
Wow.
That was it, yeah. But, you know, I don't know if I'll go that far, but I definitely think that there is a lesson in, you know, you need to learn to, yeah, I think to lose, and then it definitely means more when you win, because you've earned it.
So those players, the ones that you say are sort of top of the top, elite. I mean, you know, even from the outside, somebody that I've caught a bit of a glimpse of this would be Cristiano Ronaldo. As far as I can say, how old is he? 41, 42, something like that. Yeah, and still looks fantastic. Still very aggressive with that. I don't know how balanced. At least some of the stuff I've seen, it seems, like this guy's got. But he's also got like an infinity team powering him and this big engine that's behind him. So.
Yeah, but I think that was in him. That was in him very early. I played against Cristiano when no one knew who he was. We had Quaresma on one wing and Ronaldo was on the other. And Portugal versus England under 21s, no one knew who he was. And oh my God, he was absolutely sensational, as you can imagine. I mean, he was the tricks, the flicks. He was a machine. And then he came to Manchester United. I remember Rio telling me, you know, and this was very early on. I mean, he must have been 21, 22, and you know, he's not even barely kicked a ball in the Premier League. And he's telling Rio and, you know, various other people in the team that he wants to be the best player in the world. And I think, you know, that takes a certain type of person to say that when you're so far away from being you've got amazing talent. You know, you've definitely got the ability to get there. But the fact that he was saying that at such an early age, he had one goal, and that was to be the best player on the planet, and then to achieve it is incredible.
How receptive are players to that kind of bravado? Because I think when you talk about, again, solo sport, UFC, right? You think that Conor McGregor's of the world, the best shit talkers in the world, Colby Covington, whatever. I mean, you can do what you want. Maybe your coach will say, you idiot, you shouldn't have said that. But really, there's no one else that you're at the mercy of, and it's a really, really good point. Kind of the same, the difference between being Taylor Swift and the Ollie Sykes, the lead singer of Bring Me the Horizon. If you do or say a thing, as a solo artist, fine, it's on your shoulders. If you do say a thing with the rest of the bandmates, you now need to go and answer to them on the bus or in the dressing room or whatever. So if I imagine that teams want confident players because a good player will help the performance of the team, but there's this trade-off between how much that person gets to capture the limelight and how much that person steals all of the attention, and there's this battle between the two things. So is there a concern about someone getting too big for their boots? What is the reception of somebody that's got bravado like that like?
Well, the thing is, listen, I've played with other players as well who've probably said the same thing and got nowhere near it, you know, and obviously they get ridiculed for it. I think it's good to have. I think, you know, there are certain players like, you know, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, someone who's outspoken but backs it up. And I think there's nothing better than, and there's nothing we love more than someone, Floyd Mayweather, you know, someone at the top of their game who talks the talk but backs it up with results. And I think, you know, we've in sports especially, like, I love all sports, and the characters are the people that make it, right? The people that say they're going to do something and then they do it is just, and you know, because the whole, you know, everyone watching, once they say they're going to do something, everyone wants them to fail. It's that. So there's something, certainly in this country, in England, we absolutely love people failing. Someone said to me, I remember, like, buying a nice car. If you buy a nice car in England, people want to key it. You know, if you're in America or the US, people celebrate the fact that you've done well. You know, but there's something about that in this country that I like. And
it's definitely not going to let you get too big for your boots.
Yeah, there you go. And I think, you know, Cristiano would have been ridiculed at that age. There's players far more far more ahead of him at that time, but the fact that he had that goal and achieved it is something you got to respect.
What did being inside of Premier League dressing rooms teach you about masculinity?
Well, yeah, a hell of a lot. Like, I had to grow up very quickly. I remember being 14. I mean, it's a totally different time now, but I mean, some of the dressing rooms I was in that age, and you're playing with kind of men, you know, and I kind of didn't develop till a little bit later, you know. I'm 14, 15, very skinny, very tall, and I'm in a dressing room with men who are, you know, just hard men, you know, and like the coaches were incredibly tough, you know. Like,
what youth setup were you in?
I was at QPR for a little while, and then I went to Tottenham when Jerry Francis moved, and then I ended up back at QPR and I made my debut. But yeah, I was at Tottenham, and it was hard, and also, you know, I grew up in quite a nice environment, you know, and you know, my dad obviously said to me quite often I was too nice. I had to change, had to be someone different on the pitch, because I'm playing in an environment where, you know, people are fighting for their lives, you know, and they're, you know, that tackle that means something to me is life or death to them, you know what I mean? I had to make that life or death for me. So I had to just change my mentality, be a different person when I went over the white line, and change the kind of character I am off the field. Kind of always tried to remain the person that I was, but just be a different person on the pitch. And I think that environment definitely helped me certainly become the person and the player that I was, definitely.
I played a lot of cricket as a kid. I played to a pretty high standard. I played for Durham, and then I did some training stuff with England. And that's the same. I mean, even maybe younger, because the thing that you get to do with cricket as a sport, which isn't as much about physicality and is much more about technique, you can, as a 13... I started playing adults at 13. And, you know, I'd be playing maybe fourths at 13, and then I'd probably I think I had my first seconds game when I was 14. And then, you know, you're playing twos and ones, and then you're already playing county, youth setup, and then you're playing, you know, Durham Academy, Durham seconds. And yeah, you're right, you're 14 years old in communal showers with guys. And another interesting quirk in the game of cricket is that you're in the pavilion for 50% of the game, unless you're batting. Your time in the dressing room is maybe more than any other sport except for baseball, but the difference with baseball being that their dressing room is on the pitch, so it doesn't have as much privacy. So yeah, it's a real fucking baptism of fire. You know, there was one day where my head got shaved. Like, I was in, you know, I'm in the pavilion, and my dad saw me go into the dressing room with hair, and then by the time that we'd finished batting, hadn't lost too many wickets, so no one had come out. I came out without hair. So
I did the exact same thing. I went on to we played the Milk Cup in Ireland, but we were still at school. I was playing the under-16s, and that team, those lads, they had already gone full time. So like I was still at school, we were kind of part time. So they had a real tight bond,
Squad.
and then we were like 3 players who were playing a year above. You can only imagine, we were the whipping boys, right? So yeah, it was like I don't want to have my head shaved. Or not. You get your head shaved and you kind of muck in, and you want to be, you're not really kind of on the inside of it, and I found that tough at first, but I think to myself, God, it would have been easier to stay at home and not go to training, but getting through that and overcoming those things is definitely a feather in your cap. And I think it is such an old school way of looking at things, and the coaches were so hard on you, and it was whether or not you could sink or swim. It was basically, look, are you hard enough
Survival
to deal
of the
with this?
fittest.
Yeah, and they were overly tough on you. But I do think, I know it's a bit old school, we can't do that now, but I do think it did make me stronger. And the fact that there were certainly some players who would sit here with you now and say it was bullying, it was terrible, because they didn't make it. They didn't. They
were selected out.
Yeah, and they did find that tough, and they couldn't deal with it, and I totally understand why. But the fact that I did manage to overcome those hurdles definitely made me a stronger mentally, and definitely made me, I think, stronger for everything that life throws at you.
We'll get back to talking in just 1 minute, but first, I need to tell you about 8 Sleep. If you struggle to stay asleep because your body gets too hot or too cold, this is going to help. 8 Sleep just released their brand new Pod 5. It now includes a temperature-regulating duvet that works with the smart mattress to deliver full-body climate control. And the new base even comes with a built-in speaker, so you can fall asleep to white noise or stay awake listening to me. And it's got upgraded biometric sensors that quietly run health checks every night, spotting patterns like abnormal heartbeats, disrupted breathing, or sudden changes in HRV. It'll even start warming or cooling your bed an hour before you get in, which is why 8 Sleep has been clinically proven to increase total sleep by up to 1 hour every night. Best of all, they've got a 30-day sleep trial, so you can buy it and sleep on it for 29 nights. If you don't love it, we'll give you your money back. Plus, they ship internationally. Right now, you can get up to $350 off the Pod 5 by going to the link in the description below, or heading to 8sleep.com/modernwisdom and using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's eightsleep.com/modernwisdom and modernwisdom at checkout. What about masculinity and that sort of male posturing thing when you get to everybody being a professional player? I have no idea what this looks like inside of the dressing room or on the training ground. Lots of big-ish squads, got a bunch of physios, some S&Cs, etc. It's like a big group of people that are all moving around. It's a basketball team, which has got a much smaller team squad size. What's that like? What does masculinity in professional football look like?
Well, it's incredible. It's how you imagine it. I think it's very kind of macho, dog-eat-dog world. I think people want to take your place. Any weakness is preyed upon. If you look at the masculinity side of it, I suppose it's very much, you have to man up basically, and I think certainly things nowadays it's a lot better. But if I went in to see the manager and said, I'm struggling a little bit mentally, well, you drop then. You obviously can't deal with it. You can't. That kind of struggle, I think it was very old school. I think it's very different now. But I wouldn't show any weakness whatsoever. Even if I was feeling down about anything, you just don't show it. And I think that was, kind of the environment that I grew up in and the environment that I played in. But I do think it's much better now, and certainly men in general talk about things more now, don't they?
Is that the same inside of the dressing room? Have you got any indication that it's changed when it gets to football?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a lot more accommodating than you would expect now. I think it's very multicultural. Like everyone's very different walks of life, all over the world, different beliefs, religions. Certainly when I was in the youth team and coming through, it was very English, kind of British culture that was policing the
it's
dressing room.
superbly diverse now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think, there's I think all corners of the globe's covered in the dressing room now, and I think certainly when I was going through that kind of British macho, almost drinking culture, if you like, I think that's cool.
Talking about diversity, there are no publicly gay Premier League players.
Mm-hmm.
Each Premier League club can register a squad of up to 25 players plus unlimited under 21s. 20 clubs, that's 500 registered first team players any given time. If you include all of the under 21s who make senior appearances, the number rises to about 600 to 650 active players across the season. Currently 0 active Premier League male players are publicly out as gay. Statistically speaking, there should be 20 to 35. Same in La Liga, same in the German league, same in the French league, and there is one gay guy in Serie A in Italy. Why?
I could not tell you. I genuinely think now, if someone came out as gay in a dressing room, I think they'd be very well supported. I think in the Premier League dressing room, yeah, of course you're going to have idiots in the crowd. I think people that are, maybe stuck in the dark ages. We've seen it with racism. It's still not completely kicked out, is it? I think, we've seen an incident recently at the Liverpool match with Bournemouth that proves that. I think it's got far better. I think there's still a way to go. But with regards to someone coming out, I genuinely believe that if there is someone out there, you would urge them to come forward, and if they want to, and of course it's their decision, because if they don't want to, that's totally their decision as well. But I do think it would be well supported. As regards to why, I played with Thomas Hitzlberger, who has come out as gay. I played with him at Aston Villa, but he felt he couldn't come out at the time. For whatever reason, he came out afterwards. But I've spoke to Thomas, and we've he's felt very well supported since he has come out. So it's just a shame he didn't do it while he was playing.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's your choice. You don't need to.
Exactly.
You are a professional athlete. I do not need to know about your sexuality. Absolutely. That being said, people talk a lot about lots of things that they're getting up to, right? This is my new car that I've just bought, and this is my new dog, and I just got married, and I did whatever. And yeah, if we've got this 600 to 650 player ecosystem that exists in the Premier League each year, which is cycling through, right? That's not fixed. That's over the last decade, with people moving in and out, you're talking maybe close to 2,000, maybe 3,000. And if you were to look at sort of the rates of how often you would assume there would be at least one gay player in this group, you're talking 20 to 35 people, and it's none. And regardless of whether the locker room and the press and your fans would be fine with that, or maybe even like in support of that, maybe it would even be a positive, there is evidently something, true or not, that is lingering to cause those players. It's almost 100% a guarantee that there is not no gay players right in the Premier League. So it has to be either they're focused on being professional, yeah, maybe, but I get the sense that given I feel completely liberated to talk about whatever I want, most players might actually like to have their sexuality out there, but they don't. So whether it's real or imagined, there's something lingering, I think, that's causing guys, because it's not the same in rugby. I don't know whether it would be the same in cricket. I wonder as well, you mentioned before about the class thing. I wonder how much of this is because football is still very much dominated by working class in a way that rugby perhaps isn't the same, in the way that cricket perhaps isn't the same. Tennis also not the same. So yeah, maybe it's a class thing too.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. I've spoke to Thomas about it, and he felt he didn't. He wanted to concentrate on his football. He felt a lot of a distraction to him. He also thought, I don't know what the fallout's going to be because no one's really done it while they've been playing at the top level. So yeah, it's a difficult one to navigate. But I genuinely think, from everyone I've been involved in football a long time now, and I do think that there would be a tremendous amount of support for someone that did.
Maybe interesting when it happens.
Yeah, it would be
like a really kind of a monumental moment when that does happen.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the statistics or the chance of it happening is, you would expect it to happen, but no, it hasn't done so far. But I think it would be probably a good thing for the game when it does.
What was it you were saying, Dean, about there's only one guy in Formula One as well? Yes. Yeah. So, you pick your favorite sport of choice, and I don't know. It's strange to me, not to harp on the sort of pride acceptance thing, but people that criticize pride, even my gay friends that criticize pride, and they're like, okay, we've done, we've sort of owned all of the different territory that we need to. And I think in many ways, brands change their display photos on Twitter to have a rainbow behind them for Pride Month and all the rest of this stuff. That looks like it's pretty well conquered to me. But then when we look at elite sport, the numbers don't really seem to stack up. So it seems like, there kind of is work to be done in some of these ways. Or maybe it's the case that all players... Actually, that's another good point. I'm talking against myself here. I'll let you know when I'm done. Just having an argument over here. How many players, straight players, do you know about what they're doing with their relationship?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if I'm a footballer, I know how I feel, right? And if I was gay, I think I'd be quite open about it. But I don't think I would be shouting it from the rooftops either. Like, I'm not going to do a press conference and say, my sexual preferences. I'm there to...
If you went out and Jamie Carragher was like, right, Peter, we really need
I just want to get this off my chest.
Don't say much. And you go out and you go, my sexual preferences, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you.
That's what I mean. We're there to play football, and I think, of course, if someone is gay, and I'd love them to feel comfortable enough to come out if they want to. But having said that, we're not there for that. I'm not there to broadcast what my preferences are. I'm there to play football. I'm there to do a job, something that I love doing. And actually, that might take something away from the job that I'm doing. It's
certainly going to be a distraction.
And I think, we're all professional. I think footballers just want to get on with playing and do something they love and done since they were a kid, and that potentially could be a distraction. So if there are people out there that, don't feel that they want to come out of that, then that's totally fine as well.
Interesting, we were saying before about how previously there was a disadvantage because you didn't have a direct route to be able to broadcast what it is that you got going on, and in many ways that was a weakness. But now that it's an availability, there's almost this sense of entitlement or obligation. It's like, well, tell me what you've got going on. Is that a new car? What happened with the dog? How's the dog doing? Has it been spayed yet? There's this necessity for everything to be keeping up with the Kardashians.
Well, I found this myself, because I do a podcast with my wife, and the stuff that we talk about at home, quite often we talk about on the podcast. But I've kind of blurred the lines a little bit now, where I'm like, people will come up to me and be, how's Kaz doing? That's what Abby's friend, talk about the dog. And I'm like, how do you know these things? And I just forget.
Oh shit, I did it.
Yeah, we've talked about it, right? And because we're sitting there on our couch, we do it at home. The stuff that we say, I forget sometimes what's out there and what's not. And people will come up to us in the supermarket and say things about our lives, and I'll be like, how the hell? And then it just dawned on me that the fact we talked
last week's episode.
Yeah, exactly right. But I enjoy it, and people seem to enjoy it with us. So the more that can continue, the better, because we love doing it.
Yeah, going back to the sort of football culture thing, it certainly seemed like if you're a very successful player, Ronaldo-esque, you can get away with a little bit more. Does that encourage or tend teams who are winning to continue to sort of turn the screw of maybe toxic culture in terms of work rate, how hard and unforgiving people are, that sort of backbiting, ruthlessness, which doesn't necessarily bind a team together, it's 11 individuals or 25 squad group of individuals as opposed to a 25 squad group that are all working together. But if everything is going well and you're moving up through the rankings, everyone's sort of, we don't want to change what appears to be working at the moment. I have to assume that success permits things to become a little bit more extreme in that way.
Yeah, I think I've actually been in both scenarios. You know, when you're losing games, that can be obviously very toxic as well. But also winning games as well, and like the players that aren't playing, that kind of atmosphere. Like, I don't envy managers trying to deal with so many big personalities. And I think nowadays it's very much more like the players will let their agents deal with not playing and things like that. But I think when I was playing, it was definitely much. You'd knock on the door of the manager, and you'd have to
Direct relationship.
You'd have a direct relationship. It's like, why am I not playing? And you know, you'd have that. You'd
That's
kind of
the agent now that speaks to the manager.
Yeah, I mean,
Really?
I've seen things now that I'm glad that I kind of got out when I did. When I was 37, 38, I was still playing, and I just saw, you know, agents up in the canteen every day, you know, going in to see why a player wasn't playing, or and I'd just be like, why can't you just go and do it yourself? You just go and knock on the door and
Didn't
say,
know that was happening.
yeah, a hell of a lot more now. And I think players hide behind their agents a little bit now, which is a shame. And yeah, they've got a role to play, agents, but I do think those conversations need to be, you know, certainly you can have them yourself with the manager. But with regards to that toxic atmosphere, yeah, definitely when you're losing games, that can be really bad. Everyone pointing fingers, no one wants to look in a mirror. And there was certain, you know, players, individuals where you just be like. The other thing is when you're losing and people aren't playing, with social media now you can put out, I mean, I've watched one certain player do nothing in training. You know, he'd be the last in, he'd be the first out every single day. He wouldn't even tie his laces when he was training, and then go home and he'd have someone filming him on Instagram. He's running up some stairs with, you know, he's running around his drive and he's doing shuttles, and all the fans are like, why is he not playing? You know,
he's working even harder at home.
Look how hard he's working.
He's not doing anything.
And he's not doing anything in training. I'm like,
wow.
But you know, that just shows you that how the wool can be pulled over fans' eyes, and you know that you're not really getting the full story.
This is another disadvantage of that direct form of communication.
Yeah,
they can counter negative headlines in the press, but they can also sell the fans a complete lie about how hard they're working.
a completely different story, and you know that's actually
Fascinating.
Like, yeah, like the back strong. We say back stronger on my podcast, and it's very much like we say that because it was just a loose term on people's social media that used to wind me up so much.
What?
Back stronger, right? Everyone used to say it, and it was like a hashtag. It was like you can write the tweet or the Instagram message of every player who's ever lived, right? When they've played and they've lost away from home, it was like, sorry we let you down. The fans were terrific today. We'll be back stronger next week, right? That we used to laugh at that because I'd just be like, who are you trying to kid with this message? You know, you've barely tried. You know, we've got pumped. And you're trying to say, you know, you've been coating the fans off to everyone on the change room, saying how bad they were, and then it's the generic
Diplomacy out front.
the generic message. And the worst thing is, you see the replies after, and there's fans that are buying into it. And I think it's definitely. I think people are kind of cottoned on to the fact that, you know, you can't pull the wool over these people's eyes. But for a long time that was going on, and it was frustrating the life out of me.
If you haven't been feeling as sharp or energized as you'd like, getting your blood work done is the best place to start, which is why I partnered with Function. They run lab tests twice a year that monitor over 100 biomarkers. They've got a team of expert physicians that take the data, put it in a simple dashboard, and give you actionable insights and recommendations to improve your health and lifespan. They track everything from your heart health to your hormone levels to your thyroid function and nutrient deficiencies. They even screen for 50 types of cancer at stage 1, which is 5 times more data than you get from an annual physical. And getting your blood work done and drawn and analysed like this would usually cost thousands, but with Function it is only $499. And right now they're giving 1,000 Modern Wisdom listeners another $100 off, bringing it down to $399. So just go to the link in the description below or head to functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. That's functionhealth.com/modernwisdom. Is being funny a way of hiding how much the game hurts? or is it a performance enhancer to kind of regulate when stuff's getting a little bit stressful?
Well, for me personally, that
Coping mechanism or a
Yeah.
performance enhancer?
Yeah, it started as that. Like it started as a defence mechanism. I just looked different. I didn't look like any normal footballer. I've talked about this before, but all my heroes didn't look like me, and I was kind of. There were certain players that were taller, but I wanted to go past players. I wanted to have a good. I wanted to do skills. I wanted to score great volleys. I wanted to score. I wanted to do things that players didn't look like me were doing, and I think certainly at school, in that harsh environment of football, looking different and trying to fit in are two different things. So humour became a defence mechanism, became something that I managed to if someone wanted to say something negative about me, I would say it funnier and quicker than they were going to, and I think that kind of stood me in really good stead in life, really. So I think that's how my character developed, really. And then it was like, well, I'm not going to say anything because he's going to be sharper and quicker and funnier with whatever he's going to say. So that stopped very quickly. And I think certainly the harsh environment with fans, I think, I came out and, I'd laugh at myself before someone else could laugh at me. And I think something that started as a defence mechanism then kind of became my superpower. I think after football it then became, oh God, there's a footballer that can have a laugh. He can laugh at himself in an environment that is very take yourself seriously. It's very, how good can we look? How polished can we look? And I think it might have been a quite a refreshing change for people that, oh, there's someone here that's doing well, he's successful, but he can also take the piss out of himself, which was, for me sitting here now, it doesn't seem groundbreaking, but I think certainly when I was playing, it did feel a touch groundbreaking.
What gets considerably better about life when you stop playing?
It's hard. It's a tough one to stop because it's all you've ever known, right? And
Since you were a child.
Yeah, I think when I first retired, I was very much like, oh, I'm my own boss now. I can do whatever I like. I can, go on a holiday at Christmas, things like that. I can, do something on a Saturday. There's certain little things like that. Like, even the first Christmas dinner was amazing. Like, genuinely, as a footballer, I'm in a hotel New Year's Eve. Didn't see New Year in ever. I'd been asleep by 10 o'clock. Christmas Day, very much like
Ready for Boxing Day.
Yeah, I'd train Christmas Day. I'd have a sandwich, for like turkey sandwich maybe. That was about it. I'd eat pasta, chicken. I wouldn't have a Christmas dinner. Certainly no alcohol, because we'd play 26th, 28th, 1st, 7th. There'd be consistent games over Christmas. So yeah, that first, when I retired, it was like, right, I'm going to go for it Christmas Day, and I did.
My stomach didn't know what hit
my
it.
God, I ate what I could. I drank a hell of a lot, and I had a great time. But then that wears thin, right? You're like, after the first Christmas, that was great. I'd rather be playing. I genuinely would rather be doing what I love doing. Going, actually thinking about it now, the Christmas Day training game, it was some of the best times I've ever had in my life.
Why?
Just no one on the road. Everyone's with the families, and I love my family to bits, but it's nice getting away from them sometimes. Just getting that fresh air, playing a sport when everyone else is sitting around hungover, you're ready to go.
You're getting after it.
Yeah, there is something smug about being so fit in a
The
time
self-righteousness was as nourishing as the Christmas meal.
almost so, yeah. And I think being my own boss was lovely, but I'll be honest with you, I work better in a kind of regimented environment.
Me too. Me too. It's so trite, right? But the reason that cliches exist is because they seem to be sticky enough to be fucking accurate. The grass always being greener. When you were on the training ground, not fully appreciating how nice it was, fresh cold air, like that snappy British cold air, 9 a.m. in the morning. It's nice, right? It fills your lungs up, and at the same time, you're like, our national sport is complaining. It's complaining first and football second, and you want to be. I wish I could have should have laid in this morning. The kids are going to be a nightmare when I get back. The missus is going to be not even going to get a roast today. You know, like just as you're waiting to do drills and everyone's chirping away, like just in the little queue, like the classic thing. And then as soon as you finish up, what is it that you miss? You miss the thing that's on the other side. So I think that, to be honest, I think that that's kind of the perennial condition for humans across everything. You're, deep in university and you just wish that you could get out. I'm so bored of this lecture. I'm so bored. This course is stupid. And then you get into employment, whatever career you go into, and you go, I wish that, I remember when I used to go back to lectures and we'd sit at the back and just be able to chill out. And we'd be able to have snake bite in the union at 11 in the morning on a Tuesday. And wasn't that cool? And then you get out of that and you're like, I just really want to have a family. I spend all of this time on my own. I want to have a partner. And then you have to sleep in bed next to someone and they're too hot all the time. And you're like, fuck, I just wish I was on my own again. You miss to have a family, and then you start to have a family and you're like, fuck, I just wish I could sleep in on a morning. The kids are bouncing everywhere, and then you're sick of your job and you want to retire, and then you retire and you think, fuck, I wish I was back at work. And this is, I think, the perennial human condition all the way through. And humor, laughing at kind of the absurdity of it all, I think is a pretty good prophylactic against that.
Yeah, I think we do complain, and as footballers we complain about the smallest things. If one thing was wrong, we were on it.
What are some of the more silly complaints that you can recall?
Mainly about sessions. I did my coaching badges when I retired, and I got up to kind of UEFA A license, and my respect for coaches and managers now is just through the roof. And I think about what I was like and what we were like to coaches. If he got the one number wrong or gave the wrong bib to someone, or the cone was out of place, we were on him, right? It was like, oh my god, this is a shambles, you're a disgrace, you can't manage, you can't coach. Genuinely, that's the slightest thing. And then I think about it now, when I was in that environment of being a coach, and I'm thinking, this is hard, this is tough.
Thankless task.
Yeah, how you get all these egos in various positions and pull them around and tell them what to do is an incredible feat, really. So my respect went so through the roof for coaches when I did my badges.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the same thing with cricket, that it is, I think maybe a little bit of it is trying to invert some of the power, that there's a power imbalance, that these are the guys who in some form or another are kind of in charge of life or death for you, and you are being held to a high standard. It's the same as seeing a police officer texting while he drives, and you go, hey, I know you're going to enforce this on me, so this is my opportunity to be self-righteous and very British about it. Everybody turns into Cycling Mikey when they're a player.
100%. I'd love to say that. I would tell him as well.
And I think part of it is we're going to invert this power imbalance between the two of us. And but yeah, I think the humour thing. Okay, this is absurd, and it's difficult to do in the moment because we, especially even you, have more laissez-faire philosophy when it came to the way that you played than maybe the more kind of intense, negatively focused guys. We'll still have been focusing on a lot of the negatives of how can I get better and where should I improve and so on and so forth. Well, if that's the case, that there are going to be things in this situation that in future you're going to look back on with fondness, and that there are and those are things that you're ignoring right now, and you also know that whatever it is that you want, you're going to pick holes in that thing in future. So maybe trying to be a little bit less confident in what you think is what you want. You're like, I just think I'm doing this thing right now, and I'll just make, I've been whining this week. The 9th episode in this location. It's been so much fun and beautiful, and my favorite location of anywhere I've filmed over, like 1,000 episodes. The seat's not that comfortable. I've been sat in this seat like 25 hours this week, and I've got this like little bruise on my lower back. And I'm getting in on a night time, I'm like, oh, my back hurts, like my lower back hurts. I'm not going to remember the fucking bruise on my back in 6 months' time, but I'll remember how much fun it was to be here with the guys and to do ad reads and throw AG1 and element packets around and stuff like that, So just again, I wonder. I'm sure that this is kind of, like I say, a perennial human issue, but I think it's a distinctively British brand of it as well. Like it's the complaining, like cycling Mikey dynamic is like a particular thing. So just trying to keep that in mind, I think, might be a nice way for people to let go of that stress.
I think the character thing, like you mentioned there, like I think being adaptable is the thing that I think we forget about. I think people have these goals, like you say, and you set the goals, and if you don't reach them, it's a failure, you know. Whereas I'll have a goal, and I've had it my whole life. Really, my ultimate goal was football. But then when I retired, I was like, right, what do I do now? And it was a real worry to be, you know, kind of jobless and think to myself, you know, how am I going to keep myself busy? And I might have a goal, but that goal for me would change every turn. And it's a kind of a tree, I suppose, and then the branches keep coming off, and you're like, oh, I'll follow this one. And I think, you know, people have always said to me, like, you know, yeah, I've been lucky enough to have quite a successful career after football, but it wasn't structured or thought out. It was very much like, that's an opportunity, I'll take that. You know, that's another opportunity, I'll do that. And I think, you know, I was lucky the fact that those opportunities arose, but I do think being adaptable and taking your mind off the ultimate goal at times, and you know, there'd be plenty of elite people that you speak to who said, I have one laser focus that I hone in on, right? Well, that's not my way. That wasn't my way and isn't my way. I think, I had a focus, I have a goal, but I also kind of can adapt to situations and make the best of the situation you're given.
I always felt not quite like a fraud, but certainly like insufficient by the standards that I knew were supposed to be gold standard. I started doing the show, a lot of it was about productivity. It's been good 7 years, and nearly 8 actually. And when I first started, you know, I was 30, and I'm like this adult infant trying to wrangle my life into order a little bit. I was at university, full-time uni until I was 24. So I spent a long time like on the train tracks, not too dissimilar to you, although you kept going a lot longer. And then you step off and you're freewheeling, no idea how to drive. And I'm trying to get my life in order, and a big part of it is, okay, so you need a 25-year plan. It's broken down into 5-year periods, and it's 1 year like chunks, and it's 90-day sprints, and it's daily actions, and you know, and you sort of and I just couldn't seem to get any further than about 6 months out. I couldn't ever really see much further, and I was like, oh god, I'm supposed to have a plan, I'm supposed to know where I'm going and all the rest of it. And I understand why, especially if you've got a little bit of a nervous disposition, or you prefer a bit more order instead of chaos or structure, like you do, and I do too. Because without the structure, everything's a little bit scary, and sort of I don't really know how the fuck it's going to go. But I don't think that that's necessarily a sort of less viable approach for doing things, and especially if you are planning on stuff going very well, which everybody hopes that it's going to. You know what happens if the line starts to go vertical in whatever industry it is that you're doing. The options that come out, it's stuff that you didn't even know existed. You go, well, how was I supposed to prepare for this thing that I wasn't even aware was an option? Like, oh my god. So in that case, the plan would be out of the window within 6 months. Like, oh, I've got my 25-year, 5-year, blah, blah, blah. You're like, okay, I'm 6 months into this, the 2026. It's like, fuck, it's out the window. So I think being adaptable and being flexible and not feeling too bad, oh, I don't have a plan, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's like, all right, are you talented? Do you work hard and are you consistent? You probably don't need to worry all that much.
I just think like obviously the way I was in football is the way I've carried it on into my life after football, is that I think you do have to enjoy the journey. And I think, yeah, people might be laser focused, they might be more successful than me, but I know it doesn't make them happier than me, right? And I think, what is success in life, right? It's surely, to me, it's happiness, right? And if I'm happy, yeah, I might not be as as elite or won as many things as certain people, but I've been happy the whole way along doing it. And again now, I think I do things that I enjoy, and I'm obviously very lucky that I've got the opportunity to do that. But I think because I enjoy it, I think people kind of enjoy it with me.
Well, it's also enabled you, the enjoyment of you doing the thing has enabled new things because you're having fun along the way.
Yeah.
It's opened up these options. There are certain things that you can sort of grit your teeth through in a way, and I think that going from elite sport, what's interesting, going from elite sport where you're almost encouraged to ignore your emotions in replacement of the performance, to what you do now, which is your emotions are the performance. The better your mood, the better the outcome for you having a chat or feeling relaxed or coming in here and having a laugh, and wow, there's that memory that I feel like in a good place with Chris today. I'm energized and my brain's working well because I slept last night because I wasn't too stressed, as opposed to it doesn't matter how you feel, get on the pitch, run fast and kick the ball in the goal. And I think it's a different sort of skill set, one that requires you to feel. I think about this with comedians all the time. Your job is to go on stage and bring a vibe and make people laugh. So you have maybe therapist perhaps would be something similar. You need to be attuned and regulated. If you're spending all of your time having an argument with your missus, how are you supposed to turn up and do your thing? And I'm aware that that's going to be difficult as a football player too. I'm sure that turning up after you've had a fight with the bird is not.
Bizarrely, that is actually the best football I ever played was when I was having problems off the field.
It's a performance enhancer.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
For me, it was. Yeah. I was like.
Why do you think that was due to?
You know why? Because it's a safe place. It's like whatever's going on in the world, I'm going to go here and I'm going to play football.
It's a little sanctuary.
I'm going to get away from. And I think quite often with footballers in general, like quite often the players that I've met or been around have had tough upbringings, hard lives, and their escapism has always been go and kick a ball around. Right, whatever's going on in the house, their mum might be arguing with their dad, there might be fights, there's problems. You go out, you kick a ball around, all that goes away. And genuinely, that's how I felt. It was, if I had problems off the field, I'd go in there, and the moment, obviously when I was playing professional football, the minute I drive through those gates, it's like I've left all those problems behind. It's like I've left them at the gate, and now all I'm going to do is be a 9-year-old kid again. I'm going to go and play football with my mates. I'm going to have a laugh, and then there'll be a world of problems out there the minute I go through those gates again. But that's when I end up going to the gym and eating, and then up staying at the training ground until 5 p.m.
Videoing it on Instagram.
That's it,
Yeah. That's. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe the comedians that are really struggling are able to find.
I think that's harder for them.
You're bringing an emotional vibe as opposed to kind of forgetting it. It's less embodied as well. I think difference between, let's say, doing comedy and being a dancer. Both people are on stage. Both people need to bring a vibe, but one is getting to kind of like release some of that tension a little bit by moving their body. And same not true if you're Jimmy Carr. Speaking of Jimmy Carr, though, his "What is the meaning of life?" his 5-word thing, enjoying the passage of time. And what you said about there are people who are maybe more successful than me, but also more miserable, or at the very least less happy. You should be asking yourself a question: what are you doing this for? Presumably it is something like enjoying the passage of time. I'm trying to be successful so that I feel good. Like generally so that I feel good. And if in the pursuit of being successful I make myself feel miserable, you're sacrificing the thing that you want, which is success, for the thing which is supposed to get the thing that you want.
Well, that's it. I think that's what work in general is. Like, I think obviously the financial gain and things like that is, certainly people want money so they can provide a more comfortable, happy lifestyle. I think, and if you can achieve that without working so hard or putting yourself through that pain. If it is pain or if it's hard, then if you can achieve that, it's kind of almost like a cheat code, isn't it? If you're happy, when is it enough? Like how much do you need to be happy? I think everyone wants to be comfortable, of course, but I think people who are in a job that they don't like and they feel like they have to do it, it's such a difficult space, especially in this day and age for people to juggle.
Well, there's certainly a case where if you already live a comfortable life and are choosing to reduce your quality of life in order to make more money, then it's a bad trade.
Yeah, totally disagree with that. I think the happiness is the most important thing. I think having a household that you enjoy coming back to is so important. When you walk through the door, you're going, oh, I've got to go in there. Because there are people that do that, and thankfully I don't. I go home and I look around and I'm happy, and I want, I just hope everyone else feels that way. But it's hard, and they probably don't. It's a difficult situation to navigate.
Before we continue, if your sleep's not right, you're taking ages to nod off, waking up at random times and feeling groggy in the morning, Momentus's sleep hacks are here to help. They're not your typical knock you out supplement overloaded with melatonin, just the most evidence-based ingredients at perfect doses to help you fall asleep more quickly, stay asleep throughout the night, and wake up feeling more rested and revitalized in the morning. I'm banking on you not being able to hit me. That's why I take these every single night, especially when I'm on the road, and why I trust Momentus with my life. All right, okay, there we go. Or at least my sleep, because they make the highest quality supplements on the planet. What you see on the label is what's in the product, and absolutely nothing else. And if you're still unsure, they've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can buy it and try it every night, 29 nights, 30 nights in fact, and if you don't like it for any reason, they will give you your money back. That's how confident they are that you'll love it. Plus, they ship internationally. Right now you can get 35%, he's run out of ammo. Right now you can get 35% off your first subscription and that 30-day money back guarantee by heading to livemomentus.com/modern wisdom. Code modern wisdom at checkout. That's livemomentus.com/modern wisdom and modern wisdom at checkout. Talking about emotions and sort of casting that stuff off, how did you deal with anxiety, adrenaline, performance stress when you were playing?
Yeah, it's such a... I've overcome it in lots of different ways, but the nervousness used to get to be bad. When were you most nervous? I think it mellowed towards the end of my career. Certainly when I got to a level where I was comfortable, I was playing for Liverpool, I was playing for England. People knew who I was, so I didn't have to keep proving myself. I think when I was young, I had to prove myself in every single match. It was very much like, he can't play. And I was like, I'll show you. That was my whole life until I was about 24. And then when I was playing for England, when I was playing for Liverpool, everyone kind of, he can play. I had to kind of stop. Obviously, I still had to keep proving myself, but it became a little bit easier. But the nervousness, in the early days, certainly my first, I remember, I've told this story before, but I was I got my first England squad, and I was starting the game, and I remember we were going, when the new Wembley was getting built, we were playing at Old Trafford, and I'm on the bus, and I've got, I'm sitting next to Steven Gerrard, Wayne Rooney's here, Rio Ferdinand, David Beckham, Gary Neville, Michael Owen, all household names, right? I'm sitting on this bus. I'm just thinking to myself, I'm looking around and going, right, I'm starting now for England at number 9. I'm looking around at all these players. I'm thinking, so basically, how did I get here? Number
Bit
one.
of imposter syndrome.
Yeah, a little bit. I was thinking, well, these players are, I watch these on the TV. They're world-class players, and now I'm one of them, right? And then I remember sitting down. I remember looking down at this pub. We were stuck in traffic on the way to Old Trafford, and there was a fella there we had a pint and a paper, and I just thought, I'd love to be him right now.
Any escape to get off the bus?
Well, I just thought the nerves that were going through my body, and I'm thinking the whole nation's watching this. All this stuff is going through my brain, all my friends and family. Don't mess this up. I'm thinking, I'm looking at this fella now. He's got a pint of Guinness, and he's not got a care in the world. No pressure. But obviously, at that time, I would think, I wonder if I could swap with him. But then after the game, when you overcome those nerves, and you've done well, or you've scored, and you've thought back to your thought process before the game, and then the thought process after, and the buzz, the natural high that I've got, you just wouldn't change it for anything. It's the best feeling that you could ever have, and I've ever had in my life. And then and then the next game, I'm back to square one. I'm at that nervous energy again.
Yeah.
But there's something special about it, and I've managed to do it in my life since. I think we did a show for the BBC, and it was for the Euros. It was live just after every England game, and I was the host of it, and it was someone was in your ear, and basically I'm going live on BBC, and I'm thinking there's millions going to be watching this, and that adrenaline kind of, even though I'm not playing football anymore, I kind of still got it. It was like, right, 10, 9, and you get the countdown, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm thinking, don't swear, don't fall over. And then you think, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
And then you go over it, the show goes really well, and you think, that was just such a buzz, yeah.
Yeah, so cool. It's so funny how you just loop back to that same, each realization then gets your memory wiped. It's like someone shakes the Etch-a-Sketch. And you go, I'm back to start. I want to be the guy with the Guinness again.
Yeah, I want to be.
I don't want to be. I want to be the guy with the. It's this perpetual loop. Yeah, was there a period as well? So you said on the bus was a specific time of nerves. Dressing room, tunnel. When does that start to drop off? Is there a moment typically that was sort of peak adrenaline anxiety, and then when it tailed?
Yeah, I think I was very good at masking it. Like certainly in the dressing room beforehand, I would always be. You'd think I was the most relaxed man in the room. I was laughing and joking. I would always, people would get in the zone and have music on. I tried that a couple of times. I was like, it's not for me. I'm too much in my own thoughts. I want to bounce off people, have a laugh, do a few keepy ups, take my mind off what's really about to happen. So yeah, outwardly people would think, super confident, but inside I'm thinking,
that's another coping mechanism.
Yeah, just being around people.
I had that with the live shows. So I'm going on tour around America and Canada at the back end of this year, and I did the Apollo, 3,500 people last November, and I tried a bunch of different things. I got a breathwork coach, and I'm going to do breathwork.
Are you nervous?
I was shitting myself. I was shitting myself before I found the way to get ready, at least for me. And a lot of the things that I love to do in my personal development life, the breathworks, the journaling, the meditation, the little mantra stuff, all of that, I thought, well, I've got tons of experience in this. I've got thousands of sessions of doing this. So I'll lean on what I know, but it's, at least for me, and I resonate with what you say, that I tried a strategy that worked for other people, or may have even worked for you, but in a different situation. It didn't work for me in this one. So the best thing that I found, and this, I've got a diction and speech coach to do tongue warm-ups to ensure that I'm able to pronounce my words nice and quickly, and I've got my brain moving. I'm doing improv exercises. The best thing I found was just to get 10 of my loud friends in the dressing room and talk shit.
That is exactly how I do it as well. Genuinely. Yeah, just get in, take your mind off things. There are people that you say that are laser focused that you don't speak to me. I'm in the zone. I'm not one of those people. I need chaos around me. Let's just talk. Yeah. We've got a cup final, or we're playing at a World Cup. But I think the more I took my mind off things, the more relaxed I was, the better I was. You still have those nerves and that adrenaline which you need, I think, to compete at the highest level. But you those nerves that hold you back, you get rid of those.
Yeah, I would agree. One of the other sets of stats that I saw, have you seen the statistics around how many players go bankrupt after retiring? It seems like around about 40% of Premier League players go bankrupt within 5 years of retirement. Have you got any idea what's going on there? I maybe even for the Americans, British footballers in the Premier League, really regardless of how often you're playing, are paid incredibly well. It's an amount of money that to most normal people, I think, or even probably quite wealthy people, it's going to be tough to burn through that, especially in 5 years. And yet 40% of Premier League players go bankrupt within 5 years of retirement. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I think, bad advice. I mean, there was a programme I watched last night, 2 nights ago. Just, certain people, there's sharks around football dressing rooms that, they know that players are very well paid. And if they can get on the inside of that dressing room, then, various financial advisors that have advised badly, that definitely doesn't help. Bad investments, you know, the pain, the difficulty of dealing with not playing football every day, not having that structure, drinking, you know, maybe doing things that they shouldn't be doing, you know, breakups of marriages, you know, it can hit you financially in lots of different ways. And I was very conscious of that because I've seen it firsthand. You know, I've played with 3 players that have tried to kill themselves. You know, and I'm not speaking out of turn because they come on my podcast and talks about it. Lee Hendry was one of them, who I had no idea. You know, Aston Villa, he was going through that kind of, you know, he was
this post-retirement?
Yeah, post-retirement. You know, he had a divorce. You know, he went bankrupt, and the same thing. And you know, he was in a situation, but because of football, and it's very much that kind of man-up scenario. He didn't feel like I'm good friends with him. He never said one word to me.
Even after you're no longer in the dressing room, so that man-up mentality is carried over into personal life after playing.
You want to save face. I mean, you know, this is a player that played at the top level, played for England. You know, one thing's that his home club, you know, Aston Villa, you know, he's from Birmingham, he's a legend in the area, you know, everyone knows him. And, you know, I think, yeah, I had a conversation with him after, and I wish I'd known more, you know. Clark Carlisle, a player I played with at QPR, you know, I'm not speaking out of turn, these are well documented things, you know, he's admitted himself, he jumped in front of, I think it was a bus. You know, this is horrendous, you know, and it's like, how do you get to that point? The player that I knew, the person that I knew, was so far away from that. You know, he was a leader. He was our captain. Just you don't know what's going on in people's heads. Is my situation, and is what I'm trying to say. And you obviously feel for these players, and I do think that more needs to be done to help players that, you know, kind of aren't fortunate enough to maybe work after football. And it's a tough situation. I know they're going through it obviously in the NFL. You know, quite often the players are going bankrupt there, or you know, the injuries are horrendous as well. Maybe there's not quite enough aftercare for these players.
I wanted to talk about that. I looked at some stats around the severity of CTE for football players, football, heading the ball. As somebody who has some records to do with using their head in the ball, is this something that you've tapped into to have a look at? Have you done brain scans?
Yeah.
Are you concerned?
I have, yeah. You know what, like and listen, you know, I'm not saying poor footballers, we head the ball, you know, like I'm pretty sure boxers have it worse than we do, you know. But there's definitely a link. It's been proven that there is a link between heading the ball and dementia, and that did concern me because I headed the ball. I mean, listen, when I was a kid, I wasn't very good at heading. So like I said before, I wanted to be a skillful player. I wanted to be the type of player that you know, was good with his feet. I didn't even think
Fast
about
feet,
heading.
not big head.
Yes, but then I was like 6'5" and think, you know, and losing headers to people who were, you know, 5'5". It was embarrassing, basically. So I had to train myself to be good in the air. And I remember being 13, 14, 15, my skull's growing, and I would head the ball until I couldn't see anymore. I would head it consistently because I thought it was practice, right? I didn't know the concerns now, obviously, but I genuinely used to get someone's crossed me the ball and I'd head it consistently until I couldn't stop. I saw stars, and I would do that as a young lad 3-4 times a week till I'd be like, right, I can't see anything anymore. Stars in my eyes. Session's over, yeah. And then I'd be back at it the next day. So that cannot be good for you. That cannot be good for you. So yeah, I did. I went. I think it was Alan Shearer who did a documentary about it, and I watched that documentary and I booked myself in the next day. I was like, I need to see someone about it. And you know, obviously I'm okay at the moment, but I think it's something that I'm just aware of now, which is a good thing. I'm more aware of the fact that perhaps I need to look out for signs of this.
Yeah, it's I don't know, I'll just have to do a little bit more research. I think you're right, certainly boxers are in the firing line a little bit more, but there is something about the kinetic, like, power of a big sometimes wet with water on it, making it heavier ball coming, and the pace that it comes in at, and the fact that you're going to meet it, as opposed to, even if you're being punched, you're tending to move backward as that happens. Yeah, it's not good. I was thinking about Tim Kennedy, UFC fighter, Green Beret man from Austin, Texas, scary. He talked about sort of what the early days of UFC training were like, and it was not touch sparring. It was, people got knocked out in training, whereas now the last thing that you want is a concussion at any point, especially in training. I guess you take one in the match, in the fight, I guess, other than the fact it means that you've lost. But because it is predisposing you not only to all of these really scary health problems down the line, but it's also predisposing you to then be knocked out more easily in subsequent fights and stuff like that. And now the world is totally different. It's all sort of very light, sort of touch sparring stuff, and that is their solution to sort of keep themselves safe. I wonder, it wouldn't surprise me if you looked at the youth setup now, if when they're practicing heading the ball, they're using a particularly lighter ball in some way. I have to assume there's some sort of interventions that are happening.
No, listen, kids don't head the ball now.
They don't head the
No,
ball?
there's a certain age bracket. You have to be over a certain age. It's all below head height until they get to a certain age where they're allowed to. Yeah, I mean, at the schools and stuff like that, they don't head it at all.
For this reason?
Yeah, for this reason. Yeah, just come in and they'll play matches where it's no heads, not allowed to head it. And I think, yeah, I mean, listen, I ended up with the most Premier League headed goals. I've got the record to this day, and so I'm over the moon about that situation. The least people head it, I'll have that forever, hopefully. You know?
Oh, good. I didn't realise you meant that this is a moat that's
No,
created
it's
around
good, just good for me.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that that we're more aware of the situations now, and I think I would think twice. Listen, my child, I would not encourage him to be working on heading at they're 6 and 7. Their brains are far too fragile, and I don't know whether it's me going soft or what, but the science behind it now just pushes me to the fact that I don't think we should be practicing heading certainly at that age.
Would it be harder, do you think, to be a footballer today with social media and smartphone use? I have to assume that the stories of you partying while you were playing might be a little bit more viral, or at least a little bit more widely scrutinized now than it would have been in 2006.
Yeah, I think I would find it tough to be a player in this day and age. I mean, listen, it was hard enough getting yourself psyched up to go to away grounds back in that. That was bad enough because you knew you were just going to get abuse from the moment you left the bus all the way, for that little walk where you get absolutely screamed at. You get into the stadium, you just got 50, 60, 70,000 people screaming abuse at you. That was bad enough. Then to get home and get back on the bus and flick on my phone and see thousands of other people abusing you, I think would be incredibly hard. And no matter what you say just don't look at it, right? And we're all the same, people do. You can't help it. It's a drug, isn't it?
You've got the app on your phone, you use it when you're not getting shit. So I'm going to use it, I'm getting shit.
Yeah, and I mean, my way of coping with having a bad game, for instance, was I wouldn't buy the newspapers the next day, and I'd give the match of the day a miss. That was pretty much it.
Much easier to hide.
Yeah, that was easier for me to not listen to the negativity. Whereas nowadays, I think that negativity and everyone is it's more extreme now. It's very much like you have to be. You're either the worst player in the world or you're the best player anyone's ever seen. There's no grey areas, is there? You have to be one or the other.
What do you make of the British fan culture around football? Because it's only since moving to America that I have seen sports where different teams intermingle. I guess rugby has this, but the atmosphere at a rugby game is quite different. I remember seeing a video of an American guy that had come over to the UK, and he said that watching sports in the UK is like watching two armies of people getting ready to go to war. For people who don't live in the UK and haven't been to a English Premier League game, it's probably pretty shocking, I think, actually, to observe what fans do to each other verbally and what they do to the players, and that level of aggression and vitriol and intensity. What do you make of that?
To be totally honest, I wouldn't change it for the world. I genuinely love it. I think the game of football, as I know it, I mean, when I look at games that I want to go to, for instance, right, I want to go to an Old Firm game, Rangers and Celtic. I've not done that yet. I want to go to River Plate versus Boca Juniors in Argentina. I want to go to the Brazil derbies. I want to go to derbies, games that matter. I want to see red and blue, and that tribalism for me makes our game so special. And I do understand there's a time and a place, and I've been to rugby matches and I've been to cricket games, and I've been to games where it isn't segregated and
regulated,
and I have the time of my life. I have a lovely time. I'm sitting next to someone, an Irish fan, and England and Ireland are playing in Scotland. England and Ireland are playing rugby, and I'm having a beer with them, and that's great. But there is something to be said about, I hate you, I want to win so much. I do think that this kind of game of ours that's what it is. It's religion. It's quite often it is religion that's come together through football, and it makes the game more passionate and more and it overspills and people go too far. Don't get me wrong, like there are occasions where it goes too far. The hooliganism, that era, I hope that's behind us. There are still people that take it too far. We don't want to see that, of course we don't. But I still do want to see, that hatred. When I was playing for Liverpool and I went to Goodison Park and I could see the hatred on people's faces, like, I enjoyed it. I enjoy that. I want to see that.
You got a bit of a buzz.
As long as you shake hands after the game and you go, right, that we've done it. That's that. Yeah. There is something, and the tackles flying in. I don't know whether I'm a bit old school, but it makes me, you can see the way I'm talking about it. I'm animated. I'm like, we can't take this away from the game that we love. It overspills sometimes, but for me, that passion is what makes the game special.
It would be very difficult to police. If you were to say, this is too thug-like, it is unsophisticated, and we need to step in and change the game. Good luck with that. Good luck. I mean, what bylaw do you intend on trying to apply and enforce to English football fans at a Everton derby?
No, I don't want anyone to change that. I listen, when we go away sometimes with England, things spill over, and no one wants to see it, and but that passion has to remain. And I think you can be passionate for your team, and almost borderline aggressive at times.
Disrespectful in the stadium, respectful on the walk home.
Yeah, I think so. And I see that this football's changed from when I used to go to football with my dad in the 80s, and my dad would tell you in the 70s before. Football's changed a hell of a lot now. I see a lot more families attending games. And there is still that tribalism, but it's controlled.
You've been with your wife for nearly 20 years now. Is that rare for an ex-professional footballer? I don't know how successful very long-term during career to post-career and further marriages are. I don't know what the attrition rate of a professional footballer's marital life is.
I'd say lower. I'd say definitely lower than 20 years. I think we are lucky in that respect, and happy. So I've seen lots of players go through the mill and have difficulties quite often when they've finished.
Around that transition.
Yeah, but quite often as well, you you're away a lot, you know, especially if you're playing for England and you're playing in Europe, you're away most of the time, really. And quite often, if you retire and you're at home every day, and all of a sudden it's like, who are you? You're here every day. And
So
I think
you're saying maybe the distance can hide
Mask.
some
Yeah.
incompatibilities in relationships that then sort of come to the surface when why you hear so much. Oh shit, you've retired, you're not training, you're not playing.
Yeah, and you know, and it's very much like, I don't want this to be my life, you know. I think that case, obviously depression, you know, kicks in. I think certainly when it's very hard to recreate those heights of playing football and achieving things, playing in front of, being adored by so many people and scoring a
Been
goal.
forgotten about. What
Yeah.
does my life mean now?
Yeah, and it's self-reflection, isn't it? I mean, that can be very difficult. But yeah, for me and Abby, we are happy, and continue to be. And God, we have our moments, like, you know, and we play that out in front of everyone on the podcast. But we have a laugh, and I think that's genuinely the key to our success, is the fact that we enjoy people, we enjoy our company.
What would be your advice to somebody trying to have a partnership in the limelight?
Well, certainly don't take things too seriously. I think. You know, definitely don't be someone you're not. I've realised that, you know, and I've seen it so many times with people I've met over the years. You're like, whoa, it's so different to the person that you come across as, you know. And I think the one thing that certainly, whether you dislike me or Abby, I think the one thing that you can't say is that we're not the same people. Anyone around us who listens to our podcast or meets us out and about would say that we're exactly the same as what you see wherever you see it.
Yeah, I think one of the fortunate things about longer form conversations, especially if you start getting in the mix and you're hosting, you're guesting, sometimes it's solo, sometimes it's with regular people, sometimes it's with new experts, sometimes it's you on in a 200-year-old church. By doing that, it is a pretty good solvent to strip away too much fakery. It's really tough to hold a persona for hundreds of hours a year.
The amount of people that I meet though, and I've been fortunate enough to meet so many, you know, amazing people I respect, look up to, and it's amazing when you actually kind of do strip them back, get the real them, that you think, oh, I wish I hadn't met them. I wish I'd just kept it like that, you know? But then on the flip side of that, I have met people that I thought, you know, maybe you wouldn't get on with, that you think, oh my God, they're amazing. And that is a lovely, because you, regardless of what you think you do make judgments. You make instant judgments on people wherever you go, and even if you haven't met them. If I watch something, you know, they might be acting, and I'm already making a judgment on what they're like as a person.
I suppose that's one of the problems of people getting pigeonholed by roles. You know, some of the guys from The In-Betweeners, or some of the guys from American Pie, or whatever. You know, you launch your career into such a particular niche, and not only do future casting directors struggle to pull you outside of that, but the general public. I have a friend that was on a really famous American TV show, and we were in Soho House, and in Austin, Texas. We sat down at dinner, me, him, and two friends, and like, hen party comes in, turns, sees him, all of them squeal like, "Ah, Toby!" and like point, and my friend is like, ugh. It was almost like, because the show's been out for quite a while now, but this was huge 10, 15 years ago, and he lived through all of that, and it was almost like watching it happen was a little bit like someone flicking a special switch that put him back into this war zone he'd come from previously, because it was a trigger of, somebody doesn't see me, somebody sees this thing, I'm this representation. And it was evident that most of his some of his interactions from the past had not been superbly validating. They'd been in many ways probably invalidating. Like, I don't see you. It would be like someone looking at you and seeing number 9 or seeing 140 whatever goal things. Like, it'd be like that. But at the very least, you are the person that you are on the pitch. It's just this special version of you, as opposed to, as an actor, that must be so tough. As a comedian, fucking hell, mate, I thought you were funnier than this. I'm in the newspaper. You're getting the newspaper for the morning. I'm getting coffee. I mean, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Yeah, I do. Listen, I get it myself. You know, like I did a funny dance years ago, and still to this day, people come over to me and say, "Do the robot, do the robot." Everywhere I go, there's kids that weren't even born when I was doing the robot, and they were like, they say it to me, and that's something that I've kind of learned to live with. But I actually love it. I absolutely love it. Like it's something that is part of me. You know, I did this mental dance when I
you
scored.
do need to own it. You did this to you.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, but it came from a good place, right? It came from this is gonna be funny, and it was. And then, but even now, like, I'm trying to think when I did it, 2005, right? 20 years, right? So I've got kids 8 years old. That I'm guarantee if I walk down the street here now, there'll be someone to shout something about the robot, and they're 8 years old, and I think you weren't born when this was happening, but the fact that that people enjoy it, and I see the smile on people's faces, like, I don't buy into this kind of, you've done something great. You've done something that's resonated with people. You've done something. So if you are acting, and you have been pigeonholed a little bit, but it resonates with people. People love it. Like, do you
embrace it?
Yeah, that's what I try and do.
Dude, you've got I think you've got such a great philosophy around this, and like you're really living it. It's very admirable, and I think it's a wonderful role model for how to deal with attention well. From here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It certainly seems like that, and again, just to like laugh it off.
Well, that's it. Like, listen, it can get a bit much. If I'm, walking somewhere with the family and a couple of group of lads are shouting it, I might say, leave it. Give it a rest. But the kids, when I see the kids' faces, and they're like, go on, like, I usually tell them I've got a robot injury, so I can't do it. But
that's like your dad's hamstring.
That's it. But they just, they want to see it, and it's a bit of fun. You think, that might make their day, so, why not?
Oh, yeah. Peter Crouch, ladies and gentlemen. Peter, you're awesome, man.
No, thank you.
I really appreciate you. Where should people go to keep up to date with all the stuff that you're doing right now?
I do that Peter Crouch podcast. I do the Therapy Crouch Mob. So that Peter Crouch podcast is the football podcast I do, which is very tongue-in-cheek. We have a laugh, but we've been everywhere doing it. We interviewed Prince William. We've had Elton John on. We've had Sir Rod Stewart. We did recently. We've been to places that we never thought we would be, and that's just all having a laugh and talk about football. So that is something that I love to do. And the Therapy Crouch is obviously a play on words with myself and my wife Abby, and we talk about relationships, and we have a laugh at our own relationships. Very tongue-in-cheek again, but I love doing it, and hopefully I'll continue to do it. And it's a privilege being on yours. Continue to do what you do. It's great.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much for tuning in to an episode with the tallest Modern Wisdom guest of all time. If you want to watch one with potentially the most dangerous, Bugsy Malone, British rapper, all-round interesting human, he's right here. Come on. I've been advising you guys now for ages, and I think I became convinced that this could be a technology for good probably ever since our first conversation, a few years ago now. Why do a lot of people still have such an issue with embryo selection, do you think?
Let's see, there's probably a few issues. One is it's still a new technology. Any new technology that hasn't been fully explained to the public, even to doctors, is going to have some, I think, justifiable skepticism. Another reason is people worry about tinkering with the human genome, which we're not doing. But people often, I suppose, confuse embryo selection with gene editing, right? So what we're doing, the company Harasite, is when women do IVF, they can already get a bunch of different genetic tests. They could test for Down syndrome, that's called aneuploidy. They can test for single gene disorders, that's PGTM, pre-implantation genetic testing for monogenic conditions. We're just doing polygenic conditions. All we're doing is revealing more information about the natural genetic variation that exists in your embryos and letting you choose which one to implant. But when we explain that to people, sometimes they think that what you're doing is you're adding new genes or you're editing the existing genes, and so I think they worry about that. So what's going on? How much do we know about the genome? What are you doing to tinker with it? But in fact, we're not tinkering with anything. So that's probably the main reason people worry about it.
Scott Alexander did a great blog post on this. He had this wonderful example. He says, a woman goes in for IVF. She produces 10 embryos. The usual technique for deciding which of these 10 embryos to implant is for a doctor to look them over and see which one looks generally the most normally shaped and healthiest. Is this right?
It is, and it's not that there's no correlation whatsoever between, let's say, the morphology or the shape of the embryo and its viability, but there's probably not a huge correlation.
Right, but my point here is that there is already, if you're doing IVF, and I think between sort of 1% and 3% of babies in the US are born through IVF at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's at least a few percent.
Okay.
In Denmark, it's 10%. So.
Right, so you're going through IVF, and currently, if you do IVF, you have this batch of, let's say, maybe 10 fertilized embryos. Somebody's already eyeballing them using some kind of scrutinous, like, is it eugenics to look at the one that looks the roundest or
the healthiest?
Yeah, that has the fewest. And he sort of finishes the example off and he says, this time the doctor tells the intern to make a decision. The intern chooses embryo number 5, but a few hours later the doctor gets nervous, decides to double check, disagrees with the intern's assessment and picks embryo number 7. Embryo 7 gets implanted and the woman gives birth to a healthy baby child. Like, that is what we're talking about here, but just with way less information.
Yeah, although to steelman the other side, I mean, I think what they're worried about is we're taking away some of the mystery of childbirth. So there is something, sort of romantic about meeting somebody and, having sex the natural way and having kids the natural way. And I think what people worry about is every step along the way of, you're selecting your partner or your sperm or egg donor, and then you're selecting an embryo, and there are all these dimensions you're selecting on, somehow like removing romanticism. But the truth is, if you have, a really bad disease in your family, schizophrenia, Crohn's disease, etc., all we're really doing is saying, look, there's a set of embryos. As you said, there's already a morphological score that's being given to them. This one's more likely to be viable, less likely. And we're just revealing more information. It's the kind of information people really want, specifically to minimize disease. And of course, the controversial one, that's not controversial in every part of the world, is intelligence. And of course, we can talk about that, but that probably also scares some people a little bit.
The Harvard HMS study says 75% of Americans support embryo screening for disease and about 40% for intelligence. So there's a pretty big gap there, almost double the acceptance. Talk to me about the difference between screening for disease and screening for traits beyond disease, not negative versus plus positive.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting because if you do the same study in Singapore, and it has been done, it's about the same. It's equal. So people equally support screening against disease and screening in favor of psychiatric traits, including intelligence or low risk of various psychological disorders. So what I like to say is both the winners and the losers of World War II basically took on a set of taboos about genetic explanations, especially for the trait that makes us most human, which is our brain, intelligence. And I think those who were sort of outside of that, Germany, the United States, England, etc., those in Asia especially, and South Asia in particular, they just don't seem to draw this distinction between selecting in favor of a positive trait and selecting against a negative trait like a disease trait. And so I think what's going on here is there's a set of taboos after World War II. They arose at least in part because of the eugenics programs in Germany and this idea that we could rank humans by their relative worth. And the worth was never in terms of, how tall, Swedes are versus Bantus are or something. It was how smart they are, or how creative they are. And those are all sort of things that have to do with the mind. And so I think that there's this kind of this mysterious taboo around mental traits. I don't think it's deserved. I think we can understand the genetics of mental traits just like we can bodily traits, but that probably explains the distinction where some people are uncomfortable selecting for intelligence or against mental health disorders, but they're perfectly fine selecting against diabetes or Crohn's disease. So,
What is the difference? What is it? More of a sense, a judgment on who you are, on a value of your worth?
I think so. That's probably exactly the right answer. I mean, what distinguishes you from another person? I mean, we do look at looks and strength and, you know, how fast you run and all of that, but what really distinguishes you, your friends, you know, the people you love and so on, it's the mind more than the body. And so when you think about it, I mean, as people decay, as they get older, maybe they have Alzheimer's disease or something like that, and we say, you know, the person is starting to fade away because their mind is. And so I think we attach moral judgments and that sort of thing with mental traits more than physical.
Yeah. It's an interesting challenge that people do lay an awful lot at the feet of what's the landscape of this person's mind. And you're right, if somebody ages and becomes a little bit more forgetful or senile, they feel less like themselves. So yeah, there is this sense of self. It's the soul being portrayed through your behavior and your actions and stuff like that. So what do you say about the slippery slope toward eugenics? Like, this is a term that gets tossed around a lot, and then I've heard you use the word liberal eugenics, whatever that means. How do you ensure that this doesn't end up being just 1944 all over again?
Well, I'm not really worried about the terms that we use, whether it's eugenics or genetic enhancement or genetic selection. I think what people worry about, of course, is government control of these kinds of reproductive technologies, or maybe the social pressure that you would feel if everyone else was using it, and then you would feel some pressure to use it as well. I think there's just a big distinction we need to draw between individuals making choices, informed choices in particular, to reduce disease risks among their kids, and governments forcing people to do these kinds of things. This is why, I don't know, there's an interesting trade-off here between people worry about genetic inequalities. We've talked about it before. Maybe if only the rich, for example, for a generation or two could afford to use these technologies, there would be some genetic gaps that would increase between, you know, the really bright and the not so bright and that sort of thing. And one obvious solution to that is governments might, you know, force insurance companies to cover it or subsidize this technology, and I think that's true. We could sort of ensure that there's more equality by doing that. On the other hand, there's a lot of people who don't like technology like this, and I wouldn't want governments to basically redistribute their income in such a way that other people, you know, got subsidies to do this. And so I think there's this trade-off between, you know, governments getting more and more directly involved and equality, which in that case, I tend to opt against equality. And I worry less about equality and more about individual choice and information, because the more we try to solve the whatever kinds of gaps we get between people because of their choices, the more you're going to have to use governments to solve it, right? And that will bring you more toward kind of coercive eugenics rather than against it.
What is your answer to the concern people have about rich people being able to have smarter, taller, better-looking kids, further worsening the gap? Not only is the inequality now wealth, the inequality is now genetic.
Yeah, well, part of the wealth inequality already is, of course, genetic. We already have strong assortative mating, as you know, and we've talked about this as well, but intelligence is one of the main traits that people assortatively mate over. Height, intelligence, athleticism. So I think, you know, what we're going to get is we're already getting more inequalities along various dimensions, and this could ramp it up a little bit. But I think in a generation or two, you know, what can embryo selection get you? It can get you a few points in terms of IQ. It could get you a couple inches maybe for height, but it's not going to lead to dramatic inequalities. Look, over 1,000 years, if we had embryo selection plus, you know, IVG, which we can talk about, gene editing, that sort of thing, you know, the world is going to be a very different place, I think. People are going to go in lots of different directions, and different states will have different solutions to this sort of thing, right? So some governments probably will, you know, enable people to use this if they can't afford it. Others will have a more libertarian approach. So I don't really worry about that too much. What I would worry about is governments really directly controlling the technology. And I mean, I can add, you know, in the Middle East, governments already cover, they already subsidize a lot of genetic testing. So it's not really that big of a deal to necessarily just cover genetic testing. What is a big deal is if you're covering a broader and broader swath of this and you're forcing everyone else to pay for it. And so that's
Right, okay,
the worry.
just to put it into language that I can understand. What you're suggesting is if only the rich people can afford it, that means that there is an unfair advantage being given to the rich people.
Sure.
In order to make it more affordable for the poor people to be able to keep up with the rich people genetically, their progeny genetically, one solution would be to have it subsidized or paid for by insurance. But insurance is paid into by everybody, both people who want to use it and people who don't, people who agree with it and people who disagree, people who are rich and people that are poor. And that means that there are people who fundamentally disagree with this sort of technology being forced to pay for it, so that people who do agree with it can get to use it.
Precisely. And whether it's an insurance mandate or a direct subsidy that the government gives you, well, the government is us. They get their money by taxpayers. So that's why I sort of say, like, a lot of people, say, well, the obvious solution to inequalities of anything, genetic inequalities, wealth inequalities, is just give the poor money or give the poor access to whatever. And it's like, yeah, that sounds good, but the money comes from somewhere. And in the case of wealth redistribution, you're not forcing on people necessarily views they vehemently disagree with, but there are some religious people who really don't like IVF, like they really don't like abortion, which is different than IVF.
Is this not the case with a bunch of treatments at the moment?
Yeah, sure.
There's some people who don't take their kids in when they've got cancer and they're going to pray the illness away and stuff like that. Surely this is a situation that we've already encountered or are encountering.
Good, yeah. Jehovah's Witnesses and blood transfusions. So Jehovah's Witnesses, I guess, I don't really understand the religion well, but they don't agree with blood transfusions. They don't want to intervene in, what they regard as natural or God's will or something. And so some of them have refused their children blood infusions when, in fact, their life depends on it. And so the Supreme Court, other governments have basically ruled, no, you have to, whether you like it or not, because the children can't really make their own choices. They're not old enough.
Fascinating.
The same thing happened with a famous case with vaccinations. In 1905, I believe it was, a Swedish guy didn't want to get his kid vaccinated, but vaccinations then were not against like COVID, which isn't necessarily deadly for kids, but polio, which could disable or kill you. And so, the Supreme Court actually said, you should be forced to vaccinate your kid in some circumstances. I actually agree with it in that case, but I recognize these are contentious issues, and the more you get governments forcing everyone to do things for their kids that some are going to reasonably disagree with, the more you ramp up kind of basically people's appetite for civil war, people really kind of warring over these culture issues.
Yeah. What an interesting circle to try and square here.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got this inequality on one hand and government overreach on the other, people's desire to have autonomy. Well, actually, autonomy is on both sides of this, right? The autonomy to be able to choose, which is limited by your ability to pay, but also your autonomy to be able to choose where your money, like what you subsidize with your health insurance.
Welcome to politics. So in that sense, like there's no really new principles here at stake. It's just that when you think about genetic inequalities as opposed to wealth or housing policy or healthcare or whatever, there's just a new dimension along which we're thinking, and it's like part of us, right? This is what freaks people out. I mean, we are in some ways our genes. Yeah, we're shaped by our family, our environment, and all of that, but genes are kind of fixed. And so, when you're talking about redistribution, so to speak, of genes or genetic endowments, people do worry, and they're not completely crazy to worry about that.
Have you thought about a way to make the discussion around the impact of genetics on people's outcomes in life less icky? Every time that I have a conversation about this, whether it's with Robert Plomin or Paige Harden or you or Razib, whoever, whenever I speak to somebody about this, Paige Harden is like hardcore on the left. Like she is very, very left-leaning. Plomin, I have no idea, but he was the 5th most cited psychologist in the 20th century, I think. No matter who I speak to, there is always this fucking specter in the back of... There's this big elephant in the room. This big genetics is eugenics. This is judgmental. It's breeding. It's determinist. It's reductive. It's right-wing. It's Nazi policy. It's overbearing. There's always this sort of lurking. And ultimately... anybody that reads a single book on behavioral genetics is going to find out that the raw materials that you're made of is highly predictive of some of the outcomes that you're going to get in life. Not all of them, but some of them. Have you thought about how to make this message more palatable to the sort of wider audience?
Sure, I think we all have people in this domain, but actually you said people who have read a book know about this. The reality is everyone who's had a family, who's got brothers and sisters or children, know that a lot of what forms their personality, the differences between them in athleticism, musicality, all this stuff is obviously involuntary. They grew up in the same environment, same family, same teachers in many cases, and they end up very differently. And so the reality is most people know this. It's more of, again, back to taboos and kind of public signaling and that sort of thing. You're supposed to signal that genes don't do very much. And part of this is like, we live in a meritocracy. We want to believe that you can be anything you set your mind to. And, we look like we're kind of raining on the parade of, telling people actually, it turns out genes are going to constrain part of your outcomes in life. But I think actually it's an optimistic message too, because the truth is the more you know about genetics, the more you realize, like, first of all, they're not deterministic. There's still a lot of space for what you can do with them. But secondly, we're all good at different things. And so, figuring out that you're better at some things than others doesn't mean that therefore you're, inferior, or you should never try to do those other things. Maybe you try to do them precisely because it is a challenge, but you grow up as a human and you realize you're not equally good at everything, and you do the things that you're good at, and those become sort of exaggerated. So, yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad message to understand genetics, but one way to soften it is precisely, especially when we're talking about genetic selection, people spend all this money, resources, selecting a mate, getting married, buying a house, sending their kids to the right schools and that sort of thing. And I think, one thing you can do is you can stack the deck ahead of time, the genetic deck, by just kind of minimizing disease burden, making sure that to the extent possible they have a decent level of general cognitive ability, low level of, psychopathology, proneness, that sort of thing. And yeah, that's probably going to be as effective or more effective than a lot of things parents already do. And I think that's an optimistic message, not a pessimistic one.
This episode is brought to you by Whoop. I have been wearing Whoop for over 5 years now. Way before they were a partner on the show, I've actually tracked over 1,600 days of my life with it, according to the app, which is insane. And it's the only wearable I've ever stuck with because it tracks everything that matters: sleep, workouts, recovery, breathing, heart rate, even your steps. And the new 5.0 is the best version. You get all the benefits that make Whoop indispensable. 7% smaller, but now it's also got a 14-day battery life and has health span to track your habits, how they affect your pace of aging. It's got hormonal insights for ladies. I'm a huge, huge fan of Whoop. That's why it's the only wearable that I've ever stuck with. And best of all, you can join for free. Pay nothing for the brand new Whoop 5.0 strap. Plus you get your first month for free, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can buy it for free, try it for free. If you do not like it after 29 days, they just give you your money back. Right now, you can get the brand new Whoop 5.0 and that 30-day trial by going to the link in the description below or heading to join.whoop.com/modernwisdom. That's join.whoop.com/modernwisdom. There's definitely a strange sort of duality that I hear in some of the criticisms around embryo selection. One being that I don't think I've ever heard anybody from the embryo selection camp use words like better, as in the worth of a person, preferable, more optimal, etc., which is the outcomes typically that most people are looking to get in life will be predicated by this sort of collection of genes as opposed to this sort of collection of genes. If you had the choice between a gluten intolerance and no gluten intolerance, presumably, even if you don't want to eat gluten, it would be better to not be wrecked by it if you accidentally get stealth glutened in a restaurant somewhere, for instance, let's say. Or myopia, right? I don't need to deny the personhood of everybody that needs glasses, which includes both of my parents, by saying it's probably preferable for people to wear fashion glasses if they want to, but to not need them in order to be able to read a piece of paper or a menu in a restaurant.
Exactly.
But when you hear a lot of the criticisms, they seem to be about well, what you're saying is that somebody with a higher IQ is sort of more worthy, a better person, more of a person somehow. And I don't think I've ever heard that come out of at least anybody that's well. I'm sure that there's fucking tons of people who actually do. I'm not going to fucking hitch my wagon to every person that's talking about behavioral genetics, but you understand what I mean.
Yeah, most people don't think that someone who is healthier is morally superior to someone who's less healthy. There are degenerate societies where that's true, right? We can think of 1930s Germany and the eugenics laws that they passed, which is, before the Holocaust, something like 300,000 Germans were murdered because they were considered morally inferior because they had psychological disorders or, sexual deviance. Some homosexuals were killed by the German regime. So there are people who have kind of made that conflation in the past, but that doesn't mean we need to make it. And the truth is, as I like to say, we have fewer disabilities over the last 20, 30 years simply because medicine's gotten better. And you could say, therefore, the disabled community, whether it's deaf people or people in wheelchairs, there are fewer of them around, and so they have less solidarity with each other. There's going to be more discrimination, but the reality is the opposite, right? We have stronger laws that protect them. We have more tolerance as we've understood the source of their disability, et cetera. So, yeah, I think you said what's basically correct, which is you can, on the one hand, respect disabled people, including intellectual disabled people, and not just tolerate them, but actually say, they're perfectly fine morally, but nevertheless want your own kids to have various advantages. And I guess I should probably say something about, the way in which what we're doing is going to make this conversation inevitable. So I probably haven't said much of this to you so far, but, I'll just give you a quick history. How about that? Of IVF and how people go about kind of selecting embryos. So IVF is 50 years old now. It started in your home country, right? In vitro fertilization, when you hormonally stimulate women, typically it started with infertile women. They generate a bunch of eggs, and the younger you are, the more eggs you get. Fertilize them with sperm, then you have a bunch of embryos. And, since the 1990s, they've been able to test for Down syndrome and chromosomal problems, test for monogenic disorders. I mentioned that. But here's the thing. I mentioned, now what we can do is we can scan the whole genome. We have these polygenic predictors, most diseases, most traits we care about, height, diabetes, intelligence. Even a big part of eye color is highly polygenic. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of genetic variants are influencing these things. So that's a new thing we can do. But the thing that my company is doing, which is not just, we have better polygenic scores than other companies. That's cool, but the really, really fundamental thing that we're doing, which is going to make this technology accessible to everyone, basically, in the world, there's no blocking this, is we can now take the test for Down syndrome, which basically is just meant to count chromosomes, but it gives you a small snapshot of the genome of the embryo. What we can do is take that data and then whole genome sequence the parents. And because the embryo is just a function of the parental genomes, we have an algorithm to recreate the entire embryo genome. Each embryo has a discrete genome, right? Different risks, different risk profile, different genetic profile. And we can do this using, again, these two sources of common commodities, two sources of data. Anyone can whole genome sequence themselves, any parents. We do it at our lab, but you can do it elsewhere too. Anyone who does IVF can ask for that Downs test and then request the raw genetic data from that test, or we can do it for them. And then we can use that data to understand the entire genome of each embryo. Why is that important? There are lots of countries and lots of clinics within our country where it's completely legal, but some doctors, they don't necessarily want to do it.
Do what?
They don't necessarily understand how polygenic selection works. They don't understand the science of it. And this is totally understandable. Doctors who went to medical school 20 years ago, they can't keep up with all the latest developments in genetics, but now, because of this innovation, they don't really need to. We'd like them to know and support, what we're doing, and we have lots of clinics that we work with who are perfectly supportive, but the truth is, it's going to be really easy for individuals to go to clinics to request data from this test, this Downs test, PGTA, get sequenced, and then understand the whole genome of their embryos, and that means they can get these polygenic reports that we offer. They thought they were getting a Downs test, but they were also getting a schizophrenia test, a test for intelligence, a test for height, a test for all of the kind of disease traits that they care about that we can offer. So that's of enormous significance, because it means that, in a way, there's no stopping this technology, and it democratizes the technology. I think the optimistic point is, people worry about inequalities of access. Well, we're giving them access, actually. We're kind of removing the gatekeepers. So as you started, people worry about eugenics in the sense of governments controlling these things. Well, what we're doing is saying, not only can governments and should governments not control it, but actually clinics and doctors, although we respect them, we respect their choices, they shouldn't be, infinitely powerful to be gatekeepers either. I mean, modern medical ethics is premised on basically informed choice by the patient. You go into your doctor, you get diagnosed with cancer. In fact, one of our star scientists right now, he's only 36. He's a Brit.
You told me about him.
He has cancer. This is Alex Strudwick-Young. He's at UCLA. And he's the one who, by the way, sort of inspired this algorithm I just talked about. And yeah, he diagnosed with cancer at age 36. There are people with cancer who are diagnosed much later who don't want to be treated. Why? Because it could be really, really rough. You're 91 years old, stage 4 cancer. The probability of success is really low. It's going to be extremely painful. And you just say, you know what? I understand that what will keep me alive a couple more months is chemotherapy and radiation, but I don't want to do it. And you know what? The law and modern medical ethics says you don't have to do it. Now, if you're Alex Young, you should do it, and he did it, of course, because there's a good chance of recovering from it. But anyway, the point is, if we want to take seriously individual autonomy and respect what individuals want to do with their bodies or with their genetics or their embryos' genes, this technology is a godsend, because now we can reveal all this information about embryos. It's no longer a completely random roll of the genetic dice. And all of these kind of, these nannies who want to say, oh, no, you may want to choose in that way. You want to choose whether you get chemotherapy or not. But I know what's better for you, Chris. I know you should get the chemo even though you're 91 years old. You say that you want to choose which embryo to implant. But I say, I in my academic ivory tower, that's eugenics so you don't get to. Well, what we've done with this technology is basically liberated people from the nannies, from the people who want to tell them what to do. So I think it's pretty cool.
What would happen? I keep on thinking about the current process of IVF, because it seems to me like this has already happened. It seems to me like there is some sort of selection. There's a harvest, 10 eggs. Somebody looks through a microscope. If you're the mother or father or both, can you go to your doctor and say, hey, before we implant, what did you see over those 10? Is this a conversation that sometimes happens? Will the doctor usually say, so look, we've got, there's 2 or 3 here that I think they're non-starters. I don't think that they're going to take, as it's known. They're non-starters. We've chosen this particular one. Could you say, well, what did you see? And then from those, well, actually, I feel a little bit more number 5 than number 7. Is that conversation sort of happening at the moment, do you know?
Not very often.
But is it something that you could have, do you think, if you could ask?
Yeah, and people do. And we've had customers, we were in stealth operating for a few years here. So we've had about 80 customers now. We're just kind of coming out of stealth, and we're going to take on thousands in the coming year. But, early days, a couple years ago, what we would do is, because this technology is new, we'd explain to people, like, this is how it works, and we can give you various information. You could discuss it with your doctor. And in some cases, clinics, doctors are very open to it. And they say, yeah, look, if you know what you're doing and, you understand the relevant information, you get to choose. But there are others who would just say, no, we're not going to let you do this. We're going to say, this one is morphologically better. So we're going to sort of
That's them eyeballing it rather than using tests and data.
Exactly. And in many cases, this is the bizarre thing, and this actually raises some interesting philosophical issues. They will let you choose based on monogenic disorders. So let's take something like hemochromatosis, Tay-Sachs, sickle cell anemia, which is more, West Africans and some in the Middle East, right? Famously, if you have the one variant, you have protection against malaria, but if you have both of them, both copies, then you get sickle cell anemia. Those diseases have been understood for a long time, and since the 1990s, the parents could get a carrier screening. They get a blood test to see if they carry one of those variants. And they could also do the same for the embryo, and doctors are perfectly fine. If you have that one gene that's known to cause that disease, okay, then you could pick an embryo based on that or based on morphology. But what you can't do is pick based on polygenic diseases, which are the huge majority of the diseases that afflict us. I'll give you an example. Everyone's heard of the BRCA genes. There are these variants. They call them BRCA, but it's kind of like BRCA or whatever, right? BRCA. These mutations that significantly elevate the risk of breast cancer, right? So if you have one of these variants, you're like 60% likely to get breast cancer or ovarian cancer. But yeah, that's 3% of all the breast cancers are caused by that. The rest of them are polygenic plus environmental in origin. And so the crazy thing is, what these doctors who are acting paternalistically are saying is, look, for this 3% of cases, sure, we'll let you choose. And yet, even in those cases, it's only probabilistic. They're raising the risk of breast cancer. They're not guaranteeing you get it if you have the BRCA genes. But for all of these other cases, you've got significantly elevated risk of breast cancer or schizophrenia or Crohn's disease. We know it runs in your family. We know this genetic data is real. We know that you've validated your results, but you know what? You don't get to choose based on that. It's kind of insane, actually. And I'll give you another example that's kind of in between these. We're offering for the first time something that we're calling neuro-risk, and it's an interesting thing. Basically, a significant portion of the population has genetic variants that interfere with neurological development. They don't guarantee that you're going to have a really bad outcome, but they're often associated with things like dyslexia and even low-functioning autism. And these are just rare genetic variants. We can track them, and we can give you a score and say, look, some of these embryos have these variants known to cause neurodevelopmental disorders, and some don't. And, again, these doctors, because they haven't kept up on the science, and, fair enough, it's hard to keep up with this stuff. They're going to say, you can select against a monogenic disorder, but this neuro-risk thing, or these polygenic disorders, we're uncomfortable with that. But the real question is why? And, again, it may be just like, well, the latter, polygenic disorders, they're probabilistic, they're not guaranteed, to produce these outcomes, whereas the others are, but it's like, no, they're not actually, because, again, these monogenic traits, like the BRCA variants, all they do is, you have this one gene, it elevates the risk of breast cancer or ovarian cancer. It doesn't guarantee that, right? And so what we're doing is we're just introducing complexity. And what I've found interesting is doctors don't like dealing with probabilities, yet they're already dealing with probabilities. Every treatment that you go in, actually, you know this as well as anyone, you go in for a diagnosis and they say, based on your symptoms, we think it's X, and you're like, 2 months later, you go to another doctor and it's like, no way, dude, it's Y. And then it's like, okay, now we've got 3 doctors who believe it's Y, and you're like, okay, cool, I'm pretty secure it's Y. Now, how do we treat it? And then you go to 2 or 3 more doctors and they disagree about how to treat it. All of medicine is probabilistic, and indeed, all of life is, right? Should you take a driverless Uber or a Waymo, or you should take the one with the driver? And it's like, well, let's weigh up the probabilities, right? People do this all the time. But I think what's happened is there's this illusion that medicine is about, there's truths, there's facts, and what I want is the doctor gives me the facts, and then the doctor tells me, do I have the disease? How do I treat it? And doctors have gone along with this illusion in a way, but it's an illusion. It's just false. And so what we're doing, I think, is we're introducing a little bit more complexity and a little bit more in terms of probability. And they worry that it's just too much to explain to people, and they don't want to do it.
In other news, this episode is brought to you by RP Strength. This training app has made a huge impact on my gains and enjoyment in the gym over the last 2 years now. It's designed by Dr. Mike Israetel and comes with over 45 pre-made training programs, 250 technique videos, takes all of the guesswork out of crafting the ideal lifting routine by literally spoon-feeding you a step-by-step plan for every workout. It guides you on the exact sets, reps, weight to use, most importantly, how to perfect your form so every rep is optimized for maximum gains. It adjusts your weights each week based on your progress, and there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So you can buy it, train with it, 29 days, and if you do not like it, they will give you your money back. Right now, you can get up to $50 off the RP Hypertrophy app by going to the link in the description below or heading to rpstrength.com/modernwisdom and using the code modernwisdom at checkout. That's rpstrength.com/modernwisdom and modern wisdom. A checkout. That doesn't feel like a particularly moral stance, but it is moralized. What's going on there?
Yeah, fair enough. You made the criticism, not me. I mean, that is, yeah, it's in some ways they really are projecting. I mean, not all of them are. Some of them have legitimate worries. I will say this, for example, there are some companies out there that are doing polygenic prediction either to give you health scores for yourself so you can diagnose what's the chance I'm going to get Alzheimer's when I'm older, right? There's a polygenic
one of
risk
those, Intellex DNA, the posterior correct?
Yeah, so there are many companies out there, and I'm not going to name names because some of them are actually pretty good and some of them are horrendously bad.
Okay.
Like no better than chance. This is astrology what they're doing. And shockingly, moving from the academy to the private market, I used to be a bit more of like a kind of libertarian economist. Like markets will eventually get, the right information, and so the best companies will get the best investors and the most money. And what I found in this realm, oh my God, some of the worst companies are the best capitalized. Like people who have been good at, maybe charismatic CEOs are often good at raising money even when they have a shit product. And because there's so much what we call in economics asymmetry of information, they can often con both customers and even venture capitalists.
Well, I mean, the world of health and fitness is replete with this, right? Like how many products are superfluous in claims, not clinically backed, not tested for contaminants and all the rest of the stuff. I suppose the difference is one dose of a slightly over-caffeinated pre-workout, it doesn't have lifelong implication.
Exactly.
A company coming in and saying you should choose embryo 3 instead of embryo 5, or you have a disposition for this or that, results in literally an alternate human being born, or you adjusting your entire lifestyle for the rest of your days.
You just hit on the most important point, and this is what I want to stress, because of course I have a product to shill or whatever, but don't believe me. I mean, you should, science is science. And so for any company that's offering polygenic scores, whether it's for your own health prediction, there are lots doing it, you just mentioned one, or for, embryo screening, the first question you should ask is, how did you get your polygenic scores? How did you create these scores? Have you accessed various biobanks and so on? And mainly, how do you validate these scores? How do you know they work? How do you know how much predictive power they have, and how do you justify that claim? And then finally, and I can tell you how this works, but finally, how does this work across different ancestry groups? And this is of fundamental importance. And I'll just tell you an anecdote, and then I can get into how these claims can be validated, because anybody should ask these of these companies, right? Including my own. You should challenge us and say, like, seriously, skeptically, like, what are you doing here? And how do you validate this? So let me give you an anecdote, which is we had one couple come to us in early days, and they had done some genetic testing on themselves, and they had polygenic scores for schizophrenia. And they were really worried about having a kid. They actually had some embryos in the bank already, and they were worried about whether they should have a kid at all, because they both scored, according to this company, really high in terms of risk for schizophrenia. And schizophrenia is a highly heritable condition if both parents have it, or if neither parent has it but they have a high polygenic score for it, meaning high risk for it. There's a decent chance their kids are going to have schizophrenia, right? What did we do? We retested the parents, and then we simulated embryos based on parental DNA. And what we showed is, based on our predictors, and our predictors do work better than this other company. I can say how that works. I'm not going to name the company. They actually had very low risk in terms of their polygenic risk scores for schizophrenia. That is fucking wild, right? That means people are making decisions about, as you said, their health, if they're going to have kids at all, let alone which embryo to implant, based on
stay with this particular partner.
Yes, based on bullshit data, right?
Wow.
Now let me tell you how we would know it's bullshit. And this is what you should be asking for any company. How do you validate your results? And I'll just sort of say this high level. Well, first of all, what is a polygenic risk score, which is what's guiding, your choice of embryos, or what's guiding your health decision? A polygenic risk score is basically just an indication that given your genetic endowment, you're going to be at higher risk or lower risk of whatever it is we're talking about. Schizophrenia, having, light eyes rather than dark eyes. Blue is a specific variant, but if you just want to know kind of hazelish or greenish, there's a few variants involved. How tall you're going to be, et cetera. Those are highly polygenic, many genes at stake, and a risk score basically just indicates your probability of this. How do we derive these? We access biobanks that have scanned, 500,000, million people in some cases. They've looked across the entire genome, and they've matched up the specific genetic variants that you can see across people with a particular trait. So it could be schizophrenia, it could be diabetes, it could be how tall you are. And you create a polygenic risk score based on this genetic information, but that still doesn't mean it works. I mean, you've kind of generalized from all this information. Now, how do we know if it works? Well, the ultimate way of testing whether it works is to do the following. We know that embryos in a petri dish, the kind of embryos that you're going to implant, have the same genetic relationship to each other.